Okie dokie. Here we are back again. Everybody out there? Anybody?
Yes, good morning.
Aha. Okay. So looking over things yesterday. So I think what we need to do to, we have to have exams and plural, because you definitely don't want everything on one exam. So I think the first exam, what we're going to do is finish damp and then do warm the interior, because that would be the most equal, I think. State board formulas, if we stopped at the end of this, then there are 13, if I remember correctly, and then the second test would have like 20 or something like that. Yeah. So if we include warm interior in the first half exam, then there's going to be maybe 18, but then the other one would be 15. So those are a lot closer, more evenly distributed. So is that okay with everyone? Yeah, as soon as I say exam, nobody will talk to me anymore. I have to. They make me do it. They make me do it. Okay. Well, there's 4 votes, and then the only people that voted, they decide. Okay. Any questions before we start up on this? Everybody okay out there?
We're here.
We're here.
You said
Wow.
no one's talking to you. So
What
I am
happened?
talking to you.
Did like a plane crash or somebody die or what? Man, it's like everyone's gloomy. Are you guys mad at me? What did I do? I've been just minding my own business, staying out of trouble. You can't be mad at me now. Oh, so Christina, then what we're going to do is for the first exam, we're going to finish dampness and then include warm the interior to kind of even out how many state board formulas are on each exam. If we just finish dampness, there'd be 13 state board formulas, but the final exam would have 20. So we were just voting. So we'll include warm the interior. And then if I remember it correctly, then that means 18 state board formulas on the first exam and 15. So it's much closer to each other. So that's what everybody voted on. That's what they voted on. Okay. So, well, let's just get things going. Hold on. Sorry. There's always something going on. Okay. So, where are we here? We're at, we're going to be promoting urination, and a lot of these formulas and most of the warm the interior formulas are from the forefather of formula science, Shahan Lun. So I think we need to talk a little bit about what's going on to try to understand. And I don't know what that is there. Okay, so we're going to step back and look at a little bit of fundamental concepts with which we can then try to understand a whole bunch of formulas. And is it Yang dynamics, Uncle Steve? How did you guess? Yes, it's Yang dynamics. So Shahan Lun, right? Treatise on cold damage. And there's a lot of different ways to look at what is Shahan. As a matter of fact, ancient commentators talked about it a lot and try to sort it out. And there's different ideas when they say Shahan, cold damage. In Su 139, it starts off with Huang Di saying, all febrile diseases today are the category of cold damage. Boom. So if it engages a fever, then that might be interpreted that, okay, then that means it's Shahan. That's a lot of different things. So that's very broad, right? It's a very broad way to look at the idea of cold damage. And then in the Nanjing, I think maybe it's 51. I don't remember. Shame on me. But then it starts off with a difficult issue. How many kinds of Shahan are there? And then the master says, well, it's like this. There's 5 kinds. There's Zhongfeng, that's like Guizhitang. There's Shahan, like Ma Huang Tang. And then he says, oh, and then there's, warm heat and fire. And we're not going into all that stuff, right? And then another way to look at it is that, everybody's heard of Taiyang disease, even if you didn't have Formulas 1 and you didn't study, you didn't have Shahan Lun, so we still all have heard of Taiyang, right? And then Taiyang, until we study it, we have like a lot of wrong ideas, right? Just very partial ones. And I'm guilty of spreading the lies myself, misinformation. And that's like, well, Yang Ming is 4 bigs. Yang Ming is a lot more than 4 bigs. That's just how we tell beginners to kind of get used to hearing about Yang Ming and certain ideas. Taiyang, most young, most exterior. That's the first one. In Su 139, after, Huang Di says that, okay, all febrile diseases today are the category of cold damage. And then they start talking about the Liu Jing 6 conformations, and they say on the first day, Taiyang gets disease. On the second day, Yang Ming gets disease. And we don't need to go over all that. And then Taiyang is a confirmation. So it's a huge concept. It's not a channel. It includes, but absolutely positively is not limited to a channel. It also includes organs, all the channel paths, their relationships, the tissues, and the function, which is the most important. So Taiyang, when we talk about Taiyang, what are the organs? See who's still sitting in their living room listening to Uncle Steve's lecture. Nice one. Yeah, UB and small intestine. And which one is the most important? Dorothy, that's Yang Ming. Yeah. Whatever. Everybody misspeaks, so no problem. So, okay, so of the two, urinary bladder, small intestine, which one's most important? Or more important? Most is probably a bad word. Which one's more important? Yeah, UB. Why? Because the nature of these, we've got Wuxing 5 elements. We learned that. We learned it as beginners, and you go over it and over and over it, right? So in 5 elements, UB is cold water of the north paired with kidney, right? Yin yang, kidney. Okay, and then in Liu Jing, Taiyang is the cold water of the north. Okay, so then urinary bladder always has the characteristic of cold water of the north. And a big part of it goes back to yang dynamics. So, this is just a slide from Foundations 1. Some of you have already seen it and you're probably yawning, but it is all about this, yang dynamics. And the function, so Su 1 chapter 8, then it tells us about, the heart holds office of Lord and sovereign. The enlightened spirit emanates from that. And then, right? And when it gets down to the urinary bladder has line is very different than the others. Urinary bladder has longer line. And, it's okay. So fundamentally, what is the urinary bladder? It's a bag, right? It's cold water of the north, and it's a bag filled with salty water. When you breathe in, right, fire has to descend to enter into water. And you've all heard, don't put yin inside yang, put yang inside yin. And one way that we do it all the time, breathing like a bellows, is driving fire from the upper burner, which the heart is also known as Taiyang, and the sun is also known as Taiyang. So there's a lot to all of this, right? It's not by accident, like somebody forgot. And I always just use that word again. It all is connected. So when you breathe in, then like a bellows, the lungs are blowing the fire down the right-hand side over here. Let's see, the right-hand side, right? That's the descent of metal. Boink. Oh, man, sorry. Okay, so over here, so fire, and then breathing in drives it down through the right-hand path. Yeah, whatever. And then it arrives in water, which is the, easy metaphor for yin. So yang fire descends, healthy yang descends, unhealthy yang ascends because it's going to leave your body, right? So its natural way is to move up. Yin's natural way is to stay where it is or move down. So if you have a yang outside yin or yang above yin, they move away from each other, and that's the end of the story. Person's dead. So we have to descend yang. Healthy yang descends and enters into yin, and it's driven through this model by breathing and driving it down. And then the urinary bladder's on the bottom. It's a bag full of cold water of the north, salty cold water, and it can receive so much fire. And if we look at the cold water of the north in its purest form, the iconic representation would be polar ice caps. I don't need blocks of ice inside my body, just on the opposite, right? And if you think of that your body is X percent, 70, whatever, depends on how old you are and how well hydrated. If its energy is generally cold, I need to put yang inside every drop of water inside of me. Okay. So we breathe in, we drive fire down to the bladder, and then the bladder, this thing in Suan chapter 8 tells us that it's in charge of qi hua, right? Qi transformation. In the Ling Shu, then Huang Di asks, I heard of this thing called yin and wei. I want to know what are they and where do they come from? And so then, Qi Bo starts laying some learning on us and blah, 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 blah. And then the wei qi, the defense qi, emanates from the lower burner. It emanates from the vapor that rises up from your bladder. The resources, of course, came from what I ate and drank and breathing, right? Internal alchemy. That's where the resources come from. But where does it emanate from, right? So I drink fluids, this and that, then it's processed, goes through the waterways, and then, various rivers end up at the river delta, the urinary bladder. And it fills up with salty liquid. I breathe in and I warm it and keep it harmoniously warm. If I keep all the water inside of me at 37 degrees or 98.6 for the people that don't know how to use a metric system, then like me. So, right, if I keep all those, then that helps stabilize my body temperature. This vapor rises up from the lower part up this left-hand pathway. That's what all of this stuff is all about, right? And then it goes up to the upper burner where the lungs distribute it out to the exterior. Okay? We could then say, Shanghang cold damage is anytime you are challenged by cold, which if it's below body temperature, that's some degree of cold, right? Any degree that you're challenged by cold and it inhibits and disturbs qi hua, qi transformation. Okay? Taiyang, if you had formulas 1, then you studied and learned a bit about Ma Huang Tang, right? So cold damage, when cold comes in, you have a lot of chills, body aches, what we call Taiyang headache, right? Maybe chuan, panting, et cetera, et cetera. And you give them ma huang tang so they can bust a sweat. Okay? Bust a sweat. You bring yang out to the exterior with this pair of herbs, open up the pores, and the yang moves outside with the vapor, and then sweat appears on my skin, right? Guizhi Tang is also tai yang. It's wind strike, person's deficient, and it's basically a kind of a harmonizing formula. So ma huang tang, just really quickly, how many people, and now I'll use it in a negative sense, how many people have never studied Ma Huang Tang? And by that, I don't mean because you're goofing off as a student and you didn't study, but you didn't have formulas 1, right? And Gui, sure. Don't be shy. There's no judgment. I just want to know because the level that I speak on it. Nobody's saying anything, so I'll run under the assumption that everybody has studied this. Okay, so there's one person. Okay, 2. So there's Formula 1, but I've tried both herbs already. So you have some experience, you know what's in the formulas, right? So, okay, for those, apparently most people have had formulas 1 and they've studied. So Ma Huang Tang, Ma Huang Gui Zhi, Xing Ren Zhi Gan Cao, right? Ma Huang Gui Zhi brings yang, right? Where does yang come from? Yang comes from your heart, the fire organ, right? Brings it out to the periphery. And the reason is because it's a robust person and they're fighting and keeping the fight out in the periphery. So I bring yang out to the periphery, open the pores, boom. 桂枝汤,桂枝,白芍, 生姜, 大枣, 甘草. Okay, it's a harmonizing formula. The person's deficient, so we have 桂枝, not with ma huang, not to make you sweat, but with 白芍 to bring more resources and help you build up the blood because they're a deficient person. So we have to do it a different way. Then they eat hot porridge, they wear a blanket. That's where the sweating comes from. Okay, so that problem is already understood as deeper than Ma Huang Tang. So Ma Huang Tang, person's robust, and the struggle's in the very periphery, the most superficial part of the most superficial conformation. 桂枝汤, the person's deficient, so the struggle is more like in there where your blood vessels are. Thus, 桂枝, which is a blood-moving herb, 白芍, blood-nourishing herb. Okay, so just as a review. So what happens when you have cold damage? Then you have disturbed these yang dynamics. You have an issue with the qi hua, qi transformation. Okay, so on one level, if it's in the periphery, then we maybe use Ma Huang Tang, or if it's a little bit deeper, then maybe we're going to use Gui Zhi Tang. But what else can happen is that it can go from the periphery into the organ, right? So this would be called like 太阳符. Remember, 脏符, right? 脏符. So it can be out in the periphery, the channels and that kind of stuff, right? The superficial part of the conformation, the channels, that kind of stuff. 麻黄汤, 桂枝汤. Or it can enter, it's still in the conformation, but now it's in the organ, right? We talked about 承气汤, right? 承气. Man, my pronunciation's horrible. So, right? So that's the same thing. That's Yang Ming. And then the Yang Ming problem is not in the periphery, white tiger. It got into the organ, the fool, and then we had to purge their bowels, right? So this is the same kind of concept, only in Tai Yang, which is more superficial, and it's not the colon, it's the bladder. It's the bladder. And then what is basically, so we have cold damage, invasion of cold, and now the bladder is cold. Okay? So everybody can see the naked guy here, right? And then there's the bladder. Yes? Thank you.
Yes.
So if we go back to the previous picture, then cold has invaded. And you know that with Ma Huang Tang, you know, because cold's invaded through the skin, and then maybe they have chuan, panting. So it's affecting a bunch of different systems that are connected one way or another with Taiyang, right? And then that same thing happens. So then the bladder gets cold, and now we have inhibition to qi hua, qi transformation. And the qi transformation in the bladder has to do with accepting the fire that arrives through my breathing. Okay? To be harmoniously warm so that a qi, a vapor, will rise. So the right-hand side and the left-hand side, remember? So then the left-hand side is the rising up of a warm vapor up to the upper burner and the outer part being distributed and protecting me from invasion of cold. Wei qi, right? Defense qi, warming, okay? Now cold has gotten in, and now the bladder is colder than it should be. So one, I'm struggling with a cold damage invasion because my qi hua has been inhibited. That's proof there. Plus, now that it's not working the way it's supposed to, my ability to fight this off and go back to normal, which is happening all the time, right? All the time. We're always interacting with the cooler ambient air temperature, and it's no problem. It's no problem until it is. So in this person, it is, and it's gone. And then maybe earlier today or yesterday, right? And then they call your clinic and say, "Oh, can I come into your clinic because I have chills predominated over fever, generalized body aches, Taiyang headache, chuan. I have a floating and tight pulse. Can I come in? Can I please?" And you say, "Yeah, come on in right now." And then they say, "Well, I can't come today." You're like, "Geez, right? Okay, when can you come in?" And then they say, "I can come in tomorrow." And you're like, "Cool." And then when they come in, you've already got your Ma Huang Tang because you're like, "Man, that's textbook." But guess what? That was then, this is now. And they say like, yeah, I still kind of feeling stuff, but now, yeah, I got a headache and I got a fever. It's a little bit more, but it's not that much. It was hardly anything yesterday. It's a little bit more, but it's not white tiger fever because my patients are all trained, right? So they that way they get faster service because they already know the diagnoses and the formulas, right? And then they'll start telling you these other things, right? So, ooh, now this is Dan Bensky, and I'm not going into any celebrity smackdown because Dan Bensky's education, knowledge, experience, whatever, dwarfs my dreams, right? So, but he has this thing where he uses the word irritability for both easy anger that would make us think about the liver and fanzao, vexation and agitation. Okay. So this is, Nigel would say vexation. And this is one of those things they argued about 10, 12 years ago, the decision to do this. And then in the discussion of Swansar and Tang, Dan kind of explains a little bit why does he use. And the truth is, when you have fanzao, when you have vexation, what's the appearance of it? Well, you're impatient and this and that, right? So then, you're not mellow, you're kind of grouchy. So they are very, very similar. Very similar. Okay. Anyway, so what is vexation? Vexation. Chang Wuji has a write up on it that heat in the exterior, 发热, emit heat, fever. Heat in the interior, 烦躁, vexation and agitation. So this is heat harassing your spirit. And if we did diagnosis and foundations, and especially foundations 2, and then I go on a rant because, here we go. When somebody has that, I have to determine, is it heat of the heart harassing itself, or is it heat from somewhere else harassing? And then why does it happen? Why does it happen? So, yeah, then they have thirst, but when they drink water, they vomit. And this is called water reversal. Water reversal. Then they have a floating pulse. And which pulse location is floating? That's the audience participation portion of our program. Which hand? 50-50 coin toss. Which hand am I looking? You're only allowed to use one finger. Which one are you going to be using? What's front? What does front mean? So for Emery, again, I'm going to ask you, what does front mean? That's okay. I just don't know. There's 3 positions, and I don't know anybody calls them front. So I don't know what you mean by front. So can you... Yeah, you're saying front again? First position, distal position. Okay, thank you. Sorry. Yeah. Okay, so the correct answer is left hand, third position, proximal position, kidney position, because I'm looking at the bladder. So kidney bladder pair. So left hand, third position, which is proximal, which is your ring finger, kind of, most people wear it. So your ring finger on the right hand, that's the one that's looking for floating. Okay. That's the one that's looking for floating. Floating and tight. Bingo. No, might they still have floating tight on the left sun, as Christian says? Yeah, maybe. Yeah, it's possible. But that's not where I'm looking because that's not really the bladder. That's heart, small intestine. So, initial stage, Ma Huang Tang, absolutely left hand first position. But now that it's gone in, they have urinary difficulty, thirst, this kind of stuff. Okay, so there's more to this formula and more to the signs and symptoms. And if you go to the book, which I highly recommend, then you go to the book and you'll see, different signs and symptoms. This formula is one that you need to know. And I don't just mean for examination purposes, which you do. I mean to be a good practitioner. Just like if you don't know how to purge the bowels, I don't think you're a good doctor. I really don't. And if you don't know how and when to drain the bladder, help the bladder with its process, I don't think you're a good doctor. Sorry, but I don't. Okay. So, wow, that's kind of mean. No, that's a step up. That's me saying, hey, step up. Okay. So, this formula, when you look at it, now I also have exception with Dan Benske's book. And I asked him when I was doing a training with him such a long time ago, and I got stink eye for asking, but it's a very legitimate question. Why does it show it as 子谢, as being the emperor? Because that is wrong. Wu is the number 5 because there's 5 in there, and then Ling is Fuling. And then after he gave me some stink eye because he didn't like me asking at all, then he explained because he translated some texts, and it was a current at the time in the 80s when he translated it. It was because it was the biggest dose that made it the emperor, blah, 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 blah. Certainly plays an important role, but no. Then it would be like wu xie, right? Instead of wu ling. So it's really important that we understand fu ling. Fu ling is one of these medicinals that I challenge you, go back and study it again. Study it some more. It's a very important, top 20 herb in our patient population. You need to build a relationship with this herb. And there are a lot of formulas with Fuling that are highly applicable to our patient population. And that's because fluid metabolism is often a real problem for a variety of reasons. So we'll talk about it a little bit more. But in this formula, we're going to learn stuff about herbs and taiyang right now. Ma Huang Tang is the Guizhi Ma Huang method. Guizhi Tang is a Guizhi Bai Xiao method. And they're called method in the style, that's based on focusing on Shahan Lun. They're called method because it's like modular and they're used over and over again in many different formulas. And they mean something when they're used like that. Okay. And then the third one for Taiyang is Guizhi Fuling. Guizhi Fuling is the Taiyang water metabolism pair. What's the other system that has water metabolism as at its root, I guess we could say?
Sanjiao.
What was that?
Sanjiao.
I mean the 6 conformations. Yeah, that's the waterways. That's a good answer. So, Xiao Yin, why do you say that? So, Biao Li, right? Exterior, interior pairing. Taiyang, Xiao Yin, those are Biao Li. These are fire and water. Both systems are fire and water. Taiyang are the yang's exterior excess manifestation of it. And Xiao Yin is the interior deficiency manifestation of it, right? Okay. So when we look at water metabolism and, excretion to maintain homeostasis, we have Taiyang water metabolism and Xiao Yin water metabolism. Water metabolism, of course, because we're 75% water, of course, it affects everything because they're all in relationships with each other, right? So Guizhi Fuling is the core pair for Taiyang water metabolism. These things are modular. You see Guizhi Fuling over and over again and again. That's why it's called the Guizhi Fuling method, right? I might have mentioned this before. I don't know, here or there, but Kampo Yaku, right? Then the Japanese Kampo, that means Han method. Right? That's just Japanese for Han method because the Shahan Lun came from the Han dynasty. So they call it a method, right? And these are all methods. And that's why we want to learn pairs, right? Because they become method. There's the 桂枝 method. If you noticed, 麻黄汤, 桂枝汤, 无苓散, they're all based on 桂枝. 桂枝 is the matriarch of formula families for Taiyang treatment. Not every formula has it, but most of it, and the understanding is based on that. Okay, so 桂枝 Fuling, you can think of it as this is the core, right? So 桂枝 is it warms Taiyang. It stimulates the Taiyang in your chest, which is your heart, stimulates it to radiate more and send yang out to the exterior. Okay. And then if you remember the functions of 桂枝, it's warm the channels, disperse cold, stop pain, right? And then one of the functions is transforms the qi. And when they say transforms the qi, that's English grammar, qi hua, right? Qi transformation. It promotes qi transformation. 桂枝 Fuling, then 桂枝 turns up the radiance of the heart to shine brighter and send yang out to the periphery. And then pairing it to Fuling brings it down to your bladder. I bring it down to the bladder because the core problem with the bladder is that it's cold. Okay, it's cold. So what do I need to do? I need to bring warmth to it, yang, and this is the pair in Taiyang that's going to do that. Okay, so 桂枝 Fuling. Now the bladder's warm. When the bladder is cold, we reduce the qi transformation, qi hua. And then the bladder gets like tense, right? Cold causes contraction, constriction, congealing, and it replicates the hibernation of winter. Okay, so now the bladder is cold, so it doesn't emit the vapor as much as it's supposed to, and it's tense, so it has trouble emptying. This is excess cold of the urination system, excess cold. When we talk about Xiao Yin, that's going to be deficiency cold. So they're both cold. This is cold evil, excess cold. 桂枝 Fuling then work together to come down and start warming up the bladder again. So what's going to happen? One, the bladder's going to relax so you can pee right. You see urinary difficulty. Okay. Two, it's going to warm up the bladder. So then the qi hua starts to move the way it's supposed to, more vapor rise up, and it's going to help you fight off what you're struggling with. Okay. So we see 桂枝 and Fuling as a pair, right? And that's the one we really want to think about. But then another part that we cannot ignore is the first three on my list here. I took liberties because I do that. So these are three to make you pee, right? And they are modular. And when you study Sha Han Lun formulas, you do see these things used over and over again, right? So these are three to make you pee. Three to make you pee. Why would I do that? Well, let me tell you. When this happened and you have urinary difficulty, or your patient inhibited urination, you might say, right? That'd be Nigel's way. And what's going to happen is that the urine's going to start to back up, so they could have urinary retention. So this is a symptom of the problem of excess cold affecting the bladder. So then what you're going to get is stagnated fluids. Stagnated fluids are going to douse the fire down below, right? So I need to pump those stagnated fluids out. We got three to make you pee, like your basement's flooded. Then hopefully you have a sump pump, but whatever. Then you have to get some kind of pump and start just pumping the flood water out before you can like dry it. And, if you turn fans on, you're never going to dry your basement out. Fans aren't going to dry the ankle deep water, right? You got to get a pump it all out. Then when it's just down there, maybe you mop up the last bit, squeegee, whatever. And then you put heaters and fans and try and just dry the surface water. Okay. But it's not going to work on ankle deep water. So just kind of think of it like that. Three to make you pee. Now, if you're going to do that, what do you know? What must be true about your patient? What must be true? Must be true about your patient.
the heart is strong enough to pump?
I like the direction of that. Any other guesses? That's good. Yeah, and edema, like that is a sign that we need to pump the water out. But what do I know? Let me give more of a hint. What do I know if I see your formula and I know you're good? So you gave a good formula to this patient, right? What do I already know about your patient's constitution? I never even met the person. Yeah. I'm going to word it like this. They have robust constitution. I like what you said, Dorothy. And I think Bonnie said very similar thing, right? And I do not disagree with it for even a second. But I want to frame it in this way. They have a robust constitution. What's the difference between Ma Huang Tang and Gui Zhi Tang? What's the difference? There's a few things. Yeah, so Ma Huang Tang is robust constitution. Gui Zhi Tang is a wimpy college teacher that sits on his butt and talks into a microphone, right? So, yeah. So, what connection can you now make? I would expect somebody more like Ma Huangtang Man to go from cold invasion of the exterior, still strong enough, didn't resolve it in the exterior, didn't get Ma Huangtang soon enough. Now they're still keeping it out there in their most exterior conformation, Taiyang, but it's slipped a bit into the bladder. Gui Zhi Tang is a wimp, like college teacher, blood deficient, right? That's why I need Guizhi and Baishao. I can't take Ma Huang. I'm not strong enough, right? So I probably would not then go from Guizhi Tang to Wulingshan. Probably not. Okay? Is this making sense? So 3 to make you pee, when you're thinking about this, okay, so let's say that because of signs and symptoms, tongue and pulse, we all come to an agreement, their bladder's cold. We have to be really clear on if it's excess or deficiency cold. An excess cold like that, then, the person's robust enough. And then like, okay, 3 to make you pee, let's pump the ankle deep water out of their basement, the lower burner. Okay. If they're not, then we're going to see other formulas that you have to do. You cannot come on strong like that, because if I'm not robust, what's the word you could call me? Be nice. Not my personality, I mean my constitution. What's the word you can call me? That's not nice. God, you guys, deficient. Man, thank you, Christina. You get like extra points today. And then I'm going to write down those other 2 names. Weak, that's like judgmental. Yeah, but it's true. I just don't want to own it, right? So, yeah. Strong constitution, weak constitution, then I'm going to have to back off with the aggression of this formula. Now, this formula is a very important formula, and it comes up all over the place where you least expect it. And then this formula, so it's one that can really, if you really work with it and ponder it and learn like classical physiology, it will help you understand classical physiology. It'll help you understand Chinese medicine better. It comes up in Huoluan. So then everybody's heard of Li Zhongwan, which we're going to be studying probably next week. Regulate or rectify the middle pill. And that's the quintessential formula for Tai Yin. But it's never mentioned in a Tai Yin chapter. It's mentioned in the back of it, where they have vomiting and diarrhea at the same time. And the line mentions, if it looks like this, Li Zhongwan. If it looks like that, Wulingshan. So that also tells me there's somehow I need to try and understand when I learn the formulas better, looking at that formula, looking at this formula, why are they mentioned in the same line? But wait, there's more. Then the second half of the book, Shanhan Lun's first half, second half is now called Qingque Yao Li. And then this formula just pops up all over the place. Pops up all over the place where you just didn't see it coming. And then like, yep. Oh, and then Wuling San governs. Really? Wow. So this formula is a formula to try to learn and understand. Guizhi Fuling, try to understand. First, you have to go back to the fundamental physiology of Qi Hua. Then you can understand Guizhi turning up the radiance like the dimmer switch on your dining room lights. And then you turn it up so it's brighter, 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 because this dinner's not romantic, right? So we're going to crank the juice on the lights. Okay. Right? So that's what Guizhi does. And then now you can send more fire down to the bladder. And how do I get it there? Breathing, and then also Fuling, and then breathing. Well, what's the connection between breathing and the bladder? Sanjiao? It says that the waterways start at the bottom of the lungs and then they end up at the top of the bladder, right? They do a whole bunch of stuff, right? So that kind of physically connects them. And then we also can remember that on the organ clock, the lungs and the bladder are on opposite sides of the day. And guess what? They both protect the exterior. We know the lungs protect the exterior. Its tissue is the skin. It's like the material protector of the exterior. We know that from chapter 2. I mean, it's one of the first things we learned, right? Functionally, the bladder is on duty protecting the exterior. And it kind of makes sense. They're on opposite sides of the clock. So when you're taking a break, right, who's on guard duty, right? Someone's asleep, someone's on guard duty. Can't both be asleep, and it's stupid that we're all on guard duty, right? So they take turns, so to speak. Not really, but that's a way to try to understand and remember it. Okay, so Guizhi, matriarch of Taiyang, Guizhi Fuling, Taiyang water metabolism. Fuling, Zhuling, and Zixie, 3 to make you pee because we're pumping out ankle deep water, so to speak. And the person's robust. Let's get that water out of there because the cold water that's accumulated because of this is going to further snuff out the yang of the lower burner. It's bad. And because when you exit anything from the body, whatever you exit goes out, but then always yang qi. A couple of people were talking about that, right? So what temperature is your urine? Well, I never put a thermometer in it. Me neither. But I'm just going to guess that it's body temperature. That means my yang qi is in urine. That's why we don't want people just chugging water all day and peeing 20 times a day to detox or something. It's like, yeah, you're just weakening your yang. That's what you're accomplishing, weakening your yang. You're supposed to hydrate properly and urinate properly. That's zheng, So extra water to pee and pee and pee. I don't know. That's not our medicine, right? Okay, and then Wu is the number 5. Wu is the number of earth. And the 5th herb is Baizhu. Baizhu is got a relationship that it banks earth. And banks earth is like the river banks. Water has to be kept in channels to be distributed around the body so that it can do its job, right? To moisten and nourish and everything, okay? Now, if it goes up over the banks, then it's flooding and it causes damage. And so like Christina was saying, edema, that's water flooded over its banks. And now it's invading on soil, which is the flesh. And that's why you have puffy swelling edema. Make sense? Baizhu strengthens, bolsters earth, banks earth. So it's like raising higher river banks, right? That's what they tried with the Mississippi River. And they've done it elsewhere throughout history. And then, what happens is compacted earth. And then if the flooding is too bad, then the dikes or the berms, right? They're not dikes, they're berms. They collapse and you get flooding anyway. Because what you really should do is redirect the water into wetlands. So when there's excessive water coming down the river, we just direct it and let it flood these wetlands because that's the way nature intended it. Sorry. I'll be okay. So, right? Is that making sense? Now we look at Baizhu, and then it's with its best friend, Fuling. That pair is as old as we have written records. Here we go, right? So Baizhu, Fuling, that's a modular system. Baizhu strengthens the middle by drying it. Fuling seeps the dampness away from the middle through the waterways and helps you pee it out. So this pair is iconic pair as old as we have written records of herbal science. So we know these two get along. They get along. They work very well together. They're very easy on people. Very few people ever have issues with taking this pair. And then, we were talking about it with like Ping Wei and Huosheng, Zheng Qishan. So the three most used pairs, right, in this order, Shengjiang Dazao, Bansha Chenpi, and Baizhu Fuling. That's not in the order of most to least. That's just the order I said it in. Okay, so of all the most commonly paired pairings of herbs, Baizhu Fuling is top 3 on how often it's used. So that tells me I'm trying to learn Chinese medicine. Those things are proven for thousands of years. They work very well together. And if they killed people, we probably would have stopped taking it, right? So it's very safe, very effective, and it addresses a problem, core fundamental problem that we see in our patients a lot. So the 5th herb, Baizhu. Okay, now, I realized this morning that I started on my slides and I didn't finish them. So, when you look at your book and Dan Bensky, and you've got like group number 1, group number 2, group number 3. These are not mix and match to your own preference. These are different times they show up in the book from completely different pathologies. So Taiyang, exterior invasion of cold, gets into the bladder, and you can have this formula presentation. Okay. Other ways. Here we have generalized edema. Okay. And then, when we look at the sensation of heaviness, I cut that off. There you go. Sorry. So all heavy sensations are ascribed to damp. So as fluids accumulate, you literally are heavier. Plus, it inhibits the soil, spleen stomach, or spleen lungs in the 6 conformations, whose tissue is the flesh. So you are heavier in the periphery and you're weaker. So the combination is that you feel heavy, cumbersome limbs. So here we have, possible vomit and diarrhea. So this is based on the line. Oh, yeah. And then, like, I didn't do the arrows. So if you're like, why is urinary difficulty down on his calf? Wrong. Sorry. Yeah, that could work. Diarrhea coming out the back of your knee. Maybe not. Sorry if that's too graphic. And then generalized edema. Sorry. Whoops. You suck. Yes, I do. Yes, I do. So anyway, yeah, sorry, I ran out of time. I couldn't do that. So here's a completely different scenario. Okay. And still, right? And then what's the key between this is, like, you can see, okay, maybe you're treating somebody, their complaint is edema. And then they must have what Bensky says, urinary difficulty. And then when you read things in Nigel Wiseman terminology, he'll say it as inhibited urination. If I'm going to promote defecation with purging formulas like we started with, if their bowels are free flowing, then you're like, why are you pushing their bowels? They open twice a day already. What are you sure you know what you're doing? Same thing here. Inhibited urination, 3 to make you pee. The guy pees 15 times a day. Well, are you sure you know what you're doing? Now, I'm not saying it's never, ever, ever possibly what you would do, but it's very unlikely. And when it is, you better really be clear on what you're doing. Be really, really clear on what you're doing. So we talked about the Guizhi Fuling. We talked about Baizhu Fuling. And then we talked about, we got 3 to make you pee. We didn't really talk very much about Zhuling and Zixie. And we need to. These are important medicinals to help promote diuresis. I don't know how else to say it, right? So when we use the 3, it's strong diuretics. And we're excreting excessive fluids from the body. I want the fluids to be in the lower part of the body. I'm not trying to pull them from your face all the way through your body and to make you pee. Now, when you have widespread, then we'll be treating the upper, the middle, and the lower, which we got a sense of from Sanren Tang, remember? And then we, if it's all over the place, then we have to have a strategy for the upper and one for the middle and one for the lower, and we employ it, right? So it's always location, location, location. Okay, location, location, location. So when you use the first 4, this is really going to activate the bladder and really start pumping stuff out. Okay. All right. And then there's a third presentation, and this one is also well worth knowing. Yeah, I can't help it. I know it's like not helpful, but so vertigo. What is vertigo?
It's when you get dizzy and you feel off balance.
Yeah, so thank you. Dizzy means you're going to faint. So it doesn't have to have anything to do with dizzy. Might, but it doesn't have to. But yeah, the room spinning, or you're on an ocean liner in a storm or something like that. Does that make sense? So this is really important for us to be clear on, and you can Google it, right? You can Google it, but I feel like I'm spinning or the room spinning or both, right? Like not steady on my feet, that kind of thing, versus gonna faint, right? So orthostatic hypotension is dizzy on standing. You're blacking out, right? You're blacking out. So the distinction between like the room spinning or I'm spinning and I'm gonna faint, and you can have both at the same time. Okay, but so we just need to understand this, because we can't expect our patients to give like medically accurate words. But we need to make sure, because the books, trust me, the people that wrote the books in China, they're very precise with their word choice. Yeah, very precise. So we need to just understand what's going on. So you get patients with vertigo issues, so the room spinning or I'm spinning, and then there's different reasons why you would have that. And maybe you've already studied, wind formulas or something, and they had vertigo. It's like, okay. So when it's associated with water metabolism, you can think in modern terms. Obviously, ancient people had never said this, but you can think in modern terms about your inner ear. And then your ear, of course, is associated with the cold water of the north, especially 5 elements, and also what other systems besides it's the portal of the kidney, therefore kidney bladder. What other system is connected to your inner ear? I'm waiting for the chains to rattle and the sound of ghosts haunting.
Kidney?
What's that?
Kidney?
Yes. Besides kidney, cold
Okay.
water of the north, what other system and why? So you got kidney, bladder, 5 elements, right? And then from 6 conformations, you have Taiyang and Xiaoyin. So those can show vertigo. So maybe if I only study TCM, I only think of wind, wood. And that can be, right? But now I know, it can be water issue, which means it can have Taiyang or Xiaoyin. Or what else? What other system is connected to the inner ear and then can be associated with vertigo one way or another? Have you ever heard of this thing? We call it the waterways. Sanjiao, waterways. Channel goes into the ear and it's waterways. So water metabolism can lead to vertigo. We already know wind, wood of the east, right? Everybody knows that internal wind, blah, blah, blah. When you study basic Zangfu, it is correct. phlegm. There's many things that can cause vertigo. Patient come to you and then says, okay, I have this thing. And then like, sometimes it's so bad. Like I had a patient, and on the weekends, I have to let people into the building because they lock it up. Most people don't work in their office on the weekends. And then one of my patients, and then she has to walk down the hallway with her hand on the wall because I can't carry her. So she'll walk down the hallway. I escort her from letting her in, and she's walking down the hallway with her hand on the wall because she's so unsteady. She needs that, right? So vertigo. And then, last doctor's a lucky doctor has a lot of meanings, right? So part of it is, well, I tried and then it didn't work. And I went to this person and that person, blah, 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 and it didn't work, didn't help. And then my friend said, you're good. And then the pressure's on you, right? My friend said, you're really good. So I'm going to give it one last try before I condemn all of Chinese medicine and blame you. So then you want to know, what did they do? And what do you think the previous practitioners did? Very reasonable. Wind, liver, wood, right? They did treatments for that. No good. Didn't work. Okay. Somebody else tried phlegm. Okay. Perfectly reasonable. Didn't work. That means you're wrong. So then knowing that, I'm like, okay. And then what would be something I could ask about? And then that would help me understand your vertigos from water.
Urination, sweating.
Positional. Imagine that this person with the problem up in their head, right? And then, a lot of times then this problem is positional. So imagine that he's your water bottle. Okay. So when it's set the normal way, it's just, air on top and then the water's on the bottom, kind of like the human body, right? Heaven above, lungs, air, chi, right? And then lo and behold, down to below is the waterways end there, and you got the bladder and the kidneys and everything, right? With me? Okay. And then, can you hear that?
Yes.
I have no idea how good this, whatever. So imagine you change positions, then the water could flow up to your head or flow out of your head based on you changing positions. So a lot of times when the vertigo is due to water, and it may be due to multiple things, water, then they have problems when they change positions because either the water's flowing up, like when you lay down. Some of like coughing worse when laying down, water, right? Because you lay down and then the water flows up and presses on your lungs. You start coughing. Sit up. That's why they prop people up in the hospital. You sit up, stand up. I hardly cough. Lay down, cough, 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 cough. So some at night, not because it's night, which is a reasonable hypothesis, but it's because of their position. And that's because water flows up, right? So a lot of times you can think of, okay, their vertigo is a water metabolism issue. Waterways channel goes into your inner ear, and it is the portal of the cold water of the north. So it's perfectly reasonable. Yes, internal wind. Yes, phlegm, maybe other things. But here now we can understand. That's why Wulingsan can be, for the right person, the cure to their vertigo. Instant cure, I always like when that happens, but a lot of times they're going to have to do a lot of different changes to not just have short-term pump the water out, but actually fix their water metabolism, 太阳效应 water metabolism. So there's a hint. 太阳 water metabolism can lead to vertigo. What other system do you think might do that too? Xiao in water metabolism. Excess, the yang conformations are exterior excess cold, excess reason why you have accumulation of fluids, pump it out. Or deficiency cold, yang, shi, right? Yang vacuity, yang deficiency, still cold, just not excess cold, right? So still cold and still can shut down water metabolism, lead to the problem. Okay, so first and foremost, I get this sense of one, I get lucky because other people failed. And then next, I think, okay, so then what's the problem, right? It's a water problem. There's other confirmations, but there's a water problem. And then I have to determine, is it exterior excess, 太阳, right? Remember the 8 principles, right? Yang, exterior excess, heat. And then interior deficiency, cold. So I have to go, okay, is it excess or deficiency? If it's deficiency, I'm looking at Xiao Yin. If it's excess, here's a great example. Is this making sense?
Dr. Woodley, when you said like vertical can be, did you say it could be a orthostatic hypertension or hypotension? I didn't catch that.
No, I didn't say that about vertigo. I said about dizziness. So
Well,
orthostatic
mm,
hypotension,
hypo.
which is fancy modern medical term for you get dizzy, you black out when you stand up.
Right, but isn't vertigo also that? Like that dizziness could also be orthostatic hypotension.
Dizziness means you're going to faint, black out. Vertigo means the room spinning or you're spinning. You definitely can have both. And you definitely can get vertigo from positional change, or you can black out from positional change, right? So most people have experience when, for whatever reason, and they stood up all of a sudden and they start to black out. That's not vertigo, that's dizziness. Does that make sense?
Okay, but both could be
You
orthostatic.
could black out, be room spinning and turning black, and over I go. Boom, hit my head on the table on the way down.
Yeah, but both could be from this waterway maladjustment.
And other things, yes.
Yeah, but in for today's lesson, we're learning that both common dizziness and vertigo could be from this waterway, not regulating properly and leading to positional dizziness or even to the point of being vertical, right? That's a lesson. Is that correct? And that in modern medicine, that's seen as orthostatic hypotension.
Yeah, but I want to make sure I'm crystal clear that there are other causes too, right?
Yeah,
Orthostatic hypotension, 不中一起汤, right? Like you don't have enough upbearing of the clear yang. So your head, you stood up, your head's up there, but the clear yang isn't. That means it's dark and you faint. See what I'm saying? So I just always, when I say these things, I get people giving me feedback later. Well, you said this, and I'm like, okay, it includes, but is not limited to whatever. So not you. I just want to make sure for everybody or anybody who's listening, Chinese medicine, there's always, always, always multiple causes. And sometimes you have in the same patient multiple causes because of the way they're woven together. So I just wanted to make sure that I said it clear. I'm not saying you didn't get it clear or anything like that. Just take the opportunity, because it's crucial thing about Chinese medicine. We always have to remember multiple causes. Yeah.
But the thing you were talking about, they could be related though, that right? The upbearing of the yang, that's why the water is not, because there's not enough pressure difference. That's why the water cannot flow easily. You can sort of argue that way, no?
I would say no. A spleen vacuity, most likely where you have failure to upbear the clear yang, would maybe also lead to phlegm. Spleen's the root of phlegm engenderment. And then the phlegm, being a yin turbid evil that would be stuck in the middle, blocks the up. So I have a weak upbearing of clear yang, and it can be inhibited by phlegm. But this kind of problem, then Tai Yin would be one of the last things I think of.
Got it. Okay.
Yeah.
It's a slightly different mechanism.
Exactly.
Thank you very much.
Yeah. Very good.
Professor?
Very good.
Steve? Oh, sorry.
So just, I'm a little confused. So for this presentation, vertigo is a sign, but not dizziness. Is that right? Or is it both?
Dizziness is not listed here, no.
Right, okay. Because it's a Sanjiao with the inner ear problem.
Yeah, so the waterways, and then when you have this cold in the bladder, where does the fluids back up? Remember that we have to pump the stagnated water out with 3 to make you pee. So the water stagnating where?
In the bladder.
Okay, but only so much can, and then your bladder will explode, right? The waterways, right? So when your bladder, when the sink's clogged, it's not the sink, it's the pipe under the sink. When the waterways have backed up fluids in it, it's because they can't empty because of the bladder. So the bladder will never fully empty, yes, but then the various rivers that come to the delta, then because they can't empty into the bladder, then they start to get backed up.
Gotcha. Thank you.
Yeah. Does everybody get that? That's really important thing.
Yes. Uncle Steve, can I ask another question?
Can you speak a lot louder?
Yeah. So
I can barely hear that you're even speaking, to be honest.
When you
I'm
said
old. I'm old and deaf. And then when I was young, I was a rocker and I played drums and bass guitar. So I blew my eardrums out. And there's a word to the wise. If you're still young, turn the music down. Sorry.
no,
But
it's fine.
That's
I-
factual. So yeah, that's
I
one reason I
am-
speak too loud is because I can't hear.
Can you hear me now?
A
Yeah.
little bit.
So
Yeah, I can hear you.
I'm curious about what you say about your patient coming in and the possibilities of the previous doctors treating her liver win or phlegm, and it didn't work. And you mentioned one of the key diagnosis to make sure that this is water problem is positional. Asking the patient if they change position, would that make it worse? My question is, wouldn't vertigo caused by wind and phlegm also have that symptoms or no?
I wouldn't expect it. No.
Okay. Okay. Thank you.
No, I don't use that as, okay, there we're done. There's other confirmations, right? Like pulse images. And then let's go back because here's some interesting stuff. See, now I this is why I suck as a teacher, because I could talk about one formula all day, but I'm the only one in the room, virtual room, that would even still be interested. Probably I'm the only one that's still interested now. Yeah. So anyway, back to this one. Right? Thirst. If I got backed up water, why the heck am I thirsty? If I'm thirsty, why the heck are you giving me 3 to make you pee? For goodness sake.
Because the water is not in the vital organ that needs to be, but stuck in the waterway. So that's why he feels thirsty. But because it's so full of water in the waterway, when he drinks, he wants to throw up.
That's pretty excellent. You stole my thunder. I was waiting for nobody to answer so then I could start saying these things. But wow, that's pretty spot on, pretty excellent. So we go back to this, right? And we talked about you breathe in, dry fire down to warm water, and then a vapor rises up, right? So when the vapor rises, that's like the sun shining on the oceans. That's like the sun shining on the lakes and the rivers. And what happens? Evaporation, vapor rises up. And then it rises up for us on the left-hand side of Taiji Tu, right? And then it goes up into the upper atmosphere where it's cold. It's cold in high places, right? And then it condenses into clouds and then it rains. So if the water is stagnated down here, right? So not enough vapors rising, not enough clouds, and then what's going to fall down? Not enough rain to water the crops. What's the source of fluids? Which organ is a source of fluids?
Stomach.
Yeah. And then in 5 elements, what's its characteristics? soil. Somebody, I see Finney's already put earth, soil, right? So the mouth is dry because the stomach is dry. The stomach is dry because it's not raining onto the soil. So the signal, the heart sprout is inside the mouth. So the signal is, I need water. But then I drink water, and because it's all backed up, right? It's backed up. So the source of water must have a relationship with sanjiao. Sure.
Sure.
Thank you. Thank you very much. Good pronunciation. That's fantastic. So then stomach is paired Baoli with the spleen. Spleen is on the opposite side of the organ clock from sanjiao. So the intimate relationship cannot be forgotten. Okay. So when the bladder is cold and it's backed up, it backs up into the waterways. The waterways are in a polar pairing with the spleen, which is in Biaoli with the stomach, which is a source of fluids. So water is not raining down. So soil is dry, mouth is dry. I'm thirsty. Water's backed up. I drink more water. You put water into backed up water. What do you think your body's going to do? Just no. Now it's not projectile vomiting of water. It's having dealt with it, it's more like kind of like a hiccup from your stomach. It's just kind of like, and then water pops back up into your mouth trying to get it out. I've never seen anybody that just like, though I'd like to, because that would be pretty cool to watch. I mean, as long as it's not me, just watch someone else do it. But so water reversal, because there's, stomach governors down bearing, right? It can't down bear. Everything's backed up. The sink's not clogged. The pipe under the sink is clogged. And then your stomach becomes disharmonious and counterflows back up. Get this water out of here. There's nowhere to put it. Does that make sense? So this is a very specific kind of thirst. Let me introduce to you an herb you've never heard of before. It's called Baizhu. I know you've heard of it. I just want to get your attention. So Baizhu, a confirmation, not conformation, but whatever. Confirmation for Baizhu can be that they have a sloshing sound in their stomach. I drank water 15, 20 minutes ago, and then I drank a reasonable amount. I didn't try to drink a liter. Okay. I just drank a reasonable amount of water. I drink throughout the day. I don't try and drink it all like a camel. Oh, I'm going to drink 2 gallons right now. Then I don't have to bother with it. Wrong. Okay. So I drank some water. I get on your treatment table, and then you hear this bloop, bloop. And you're like, oh my God, Uncle Steve, what the hell's wrong with you? And then, yeah, you're thirsty. So if you're thirsty, 90% of everybody, I'm going to say, can I see your tongue, please? And what do I expect to see when you show me your tongue? Dry. Excellent. That's what I expect, right? That's what we expect. Oh, I'm thirsty. Really? Can I see your tongue, please? I expect to see it's dry. In this person, it's not dry. They get sloshing sound in their stomach. And we have like an abdominal diagnosis, we have a way that you percuss. And, if we were in the same room physically, I could show it. But there's a way you percuss, and you can get like a bloy when you percuss the stomach. You can hear water like a water cooler, only not as loud. Okay. And then their tongue, actually, it looks moist, really moist, maybe too moist. Why are you thirsty? Because they can't metabolize it, because there's nowhere to go, because everything's backed up. So this is, you promote urination to get rid of 消渴, consumptive thirst. All consumptive thirst, Uncle Steve? Heck no, it's Chinese medicine, just certain kind when they have the signs and symptoms. This formula also treats insomnia. What? Heck yeah. Would I lie to you? Yeah, you seem like the kind of guy that would lie. Okay, but man, that's messed up. But yeah, I don't see it on here from Bensky. When we have this same kind of problem that we're talking about here, when we have it, then what else can't descend? Yang is too broad to give you full credit,
Heart-
Finny.
Heart fire?
Ooh, heart fire, sure. But I need something because I want to fall asleep and I can't sleep, Bunny. So yes, fire, but this is going to be more specific to I can't sleep. Shen, what is sleep? It's the same thing we talked about. Yeah, the spirit, Shen. It's the same thing we talked about. I breathe in, I drive fire down into water, like Bonnie is saying. Correct. And then what is sleep? Fire, but just manifested as my Shen, as my spirit, has to descend and be accepted and put into darkness, the cooling black water of the kidneys. That's why when you're asleep, what do you see? Black. So your spirit has to descend into water. Your spirit resides in fire all day. People are, there's noise. There's people cutting you off in traffic. They're calling you name all over and over and over and asking you for this and you got to do that. And then, oh my God, the kitchen's a mess and blah, blah, blah. Holy crap. I need some sensory deprivation. That's your spirit, right? My head's on fire. Okay. Just get into these cooling, dark, quiet water. And be at peace in hibernation for 1/3 of the day. When you have insomnia, either Yang is too weak to make the journey from the top to the bottom, or somewhere along the pathway is blocking it, right? I want to make the journey. I'm tired, and I have enough Yang to make the journey all the way down here. Okay. But then if something's blocking me, like, well, why did you eat that half a pizza an hour before bed, right? So Yang means block, can't sleep, right? Because of your stomach. Well, in this case, we have problems with where you're supposed to come. One, water's blocking it, physically blocking it. Two, then the bladder and the kidneys, the cold water of the north, isn't really in the right situation to accept your spirit. So you have trouble sleeping. Warm up the bladder, get the qi hua, pump out the blocking fluids, and the person sleeps. Treat insomnia with this formula if it's the right kind of insomnia. Well, how would I know? How would I know? Well, how about signs and symptoms, tongue and pulse? Treat the mechanism, treat the pattern, treat the person. So thirst, it can be from this. Yeah, mostly it's not. Mostly you have a lack of fluids. But with this formula, thirst, by reinstating qi hua, now the vapor can rise up. And right, what is the moistening flavor? What flavor is used to moisten? As per Neijing Su Wen 22.
Sweet?
That's why I always like to ask that question, because that's wrong. Man, I'm childish. No, that's wrong. Sour is wrong. Okay, only 3 left.
Sweet.
Salty is wrong.
Sweet.
Wrong.
Oh.
Man, this is how pathetic my life is. The only joy I get is hearing you guys make wrong answers. What a sad wretch. No, it does not. Everyone's wrong. Oh, Emery, yeah, I missed it because I was too busy laughing at myself, right? So yeah, acrid. Neijing Su Wen 22. When the kidney suffers desiccation, eat acrid to moisten it. Huh? Yeah, then it tells us that the acrid flavor disperses the fluids to move them from here to there. Oh, because it's moisten. It's moisten. Acrid, it replicates. Where is my cursor? Acrid replicates over here, right? Acrid disperses and makes things move, right? Sour collects and contracts. It replicates over here. So what do you get about the sweet flavor? I'm pretty sure I read that in about 17 different books. But I didn't say what helps to engender fluids. I said what moistens. Moistening means the fluids are here but not there, and I need to move them from here to there. generating fluids is different. What flavor? Bonnie gets first crack. Bonnie, what flavor generates fluids?
You just said acrid,
No, that's what moistens. What flavor generates fluids?
sweet.
Dog, you're good. Yeah. So acrid moistens by moving fluids from here to there, where they are to where they are not. Acrid is the flavor we use to disperse and distribute. That's the function of acrid. What's the function of sweet?
Produce.
I didn't hear you. I'm sorry.
Produce, generate.
Oh, but what's the function of the sweet flavor?
Moderate.
Moderate. Yeah. Moderate or relax. As per Neijing Su 122. So this is, like when you have single herbs, one, then before we start actually looking at the herbs, one of the things we look at is the flavors and the functions of the flavors. It is so important. That's how you apply 5-element knowledge to herbs. Yin yang is cold or cool, and then yang is warm or hot, right? So yin yang manifests through temperature that comes from heaven, and the flavor manifests 5 elements. It comes from earth. Says so in the Neijing. I don't make this stuff up. I'm not smart enough. I don't have a good enough imagination. And besides, I use my imagination to worry about stuff that's never going to happen, because whatever. So then how, if the function of the sweet flavor is to moderate or relax, how does it generate fluids? I wish I had a recording of Final Jeopardy theme song. Nobody knows what that is anymore. If its function is to moderate, then how does that generate fluids?
Keeps the earth element from drying out.
Yeah, pretty good. That's pretty good. So if I want to generate fluids, of course, I'm always taking in fluids, right? So if I want to generate fluids to stay in my body, which I do, then why doesn't that happen all the time? What organ is moving and transforming the fluids and also has a special relationship with sweet flavor? Spleen. Exactly. So the spleen is endlessly moving and transforming fluids to keep them from collecting, right? Move and transform, move and transform, move and transform. And when the spleen becomes vacuous and weak, it fails to move and transform, and fluids accumulate as evil damp. But if I do it in a controlled way, I just moderate the movement and transformation of the spleen. It allows some fluids to collect and then get into the movement and transformation and be distributed as healthy, 津液, right? Not evil damp, righteous fluids. So the way that we generate fluids is by moderating the spleen. What happens if I eat too much sweet flavor? I over moderate the spleen. Now the spleen is the, total slacker on the sofa. Imagine you ate too much sugar. Are you out back landscaping your backyard, or are you on the sofa gurgling in your phlegm watching Netflix? You would think with all that sugar, you could paint the living room, but no, right? Because you're moderated by it. Overly moderated. And when the spleen is overly moderated, now instead of being like endlessly working organ, it's a slacker, and it's just letting fluids accumulate everywhere, aka evil damp, right? This is why you have to watch out of eating too much sweet flavor. Self-observation. What are you trying to say, Megan? That I'm a slacker on the sofa? Don't answer that. Maybe occasionally, whatever. We all do. When the liver suffers urgency, eat what? Su 122. I highly recommend you read that chapter. It's not that long. That's where the 5-element flavor functions were taught. It's very useful. When the liver suffers urgency, like I am so stressed out, like so many people are stuck in sympathetic, right? What do they eat? Bitter? Yeah. Emery, your friends and my friends are more. But Megan, props to you. Like you're eating like dandelion greens or something. Like, man, I'm stressed out and just chewing on the dandelion. So yeah, when the liver suffers urgency, eat sweet to moderate it. When the heart suffers scattering, eat sour to collect it. When it suffers excess, eat sweet to moderate the heart, right? Because we just moderate our spirit. Don't drain it. Does that make sense? So this formula then, let's see, like, okay, there's so many buttons to push to do these things. But thank you to Google for making the classroom anyway. All right. So look at all the things that I can learn and try to understand about Chinese medicine physiology just through really thinking through this formula here, because it's an iconic formula. It treats consumptive thirst. It treats people that are just like, yeah, no, but I bring up like, so people bring up frothy saliva, frothy sputum. Sometimes they're just coughing it out. Well, you have a cough, right? And then sometimes you'll see some patients, I don't know where it comes from. I don't really cough. Sometimes I aspirate, and then of course that makes me cough, but it's not like a coughing jag and I coughed out this stuff. Because when that happens, that's called cough. But some people, they just keep bringing up this frothy sputum and they're not really sure where it's coming from. Maybe it's this, but then there's also, and then my bad Chinese pronunciation is going to be worse even so. 吴茱萸汤. I promised my teacher I would always try, but sometimes I regret making that promise. So you look that one up. That formula, they vomit after eating. So this formula, they vomit after drinking. That formula, they vomit after eating. That formula also has that they bring up frothy sputum. OMG. This stuff is so awesome that I need a break. See, I could go on because the more that we can, if we can just really understand some things, that's what is like the keys, the lock and key, and then you can understand all things. And if I kind of remember but don't understand anything, I don't understand anything, right? So that's why maybe I overly explain some formula, because really when things start to click, you can apply that to others, and then you start to see it in everything about Chinese medicine. We just want to really try to understand. And in our 21st century brains, my own experience with, I've probably had 1,000 people take classes from me over the last 21 years. Okay. And my own struggles. Of course, you're probably smarter than me and your brain's still functioning. And that's my excuse. But it's just kind of counterintuitive to the modern mechanistic mindset. But once you start to see things, then the logic is impeccable. It's just that the rules of the logic of ancient people are different than the rules that I grew up with. Their logic and their understanding through this system is enough to make you say, it's brilliant. It's absolutely brilliant, and it's self-consistent. I just have to learn all these things and try to think it through in these terms. And then it just keeps working out. It keeps working out. It's not like somebody just sat around drinking wine and just like talking and then writing it all down. Okay, let's call that the Neijing. That was fun. No, they wrote the Neijing, they wrote Shahanlun to put down in writing because their knowledge and understanding was so deep that you couldn't just chit chat about it. You had to get it in writing to be able to distribute it. This is a culmination of hundreds of years of Chinese medicine development before they ever wrote any of the stuff down. Because remember, also the Han Dynasty, Hanzi, right? That's where the characters were standardized. So to be able to write it down with consistent language and distribute it, and all over China, literate people could read it and they know what it said. But that was hundreds and hundreds of years of knowledge that was just written down when we get the Neijing, Nanjing, Shahanlun, all of that stuff, right? So it's very deep stuff. It's freaking brilliant. Okay, whatever. Who wants a break? Time's up. Nobody said yes. Let's move on to the next formula. Got to act faster than that. I'm just
Dr.
kidding.
Woodley?
Yeah. That's me.
Oh, I do have a question, but I can wait till after break.
That's okay. Fire away.
So in Giovanni's Foundations book, it says the sour taste generates fluids in yin. It is astringent and controlled perspiration and diarrhea. So I just wanted to make sure that you're saying that that's not correct, right?
That's inconsistent with Neijing Suan 22 and the Tangye Jing. I would say this. It says in the Neijing that sweet and sour engender yin, like functionally generate yin, sweet and sour together. Sour alone, no.
Okay, so maybe
The astringing, absolutely. Suan 22, that's what we learn about the sour flavor. Collecting, that kind of stuff, it astringes.
So it's more like preserving of the fluid versus...
Well, it's holding on to them. So that's why sweet and sour together functionally generate, right? Because then the sweet will moderate and allow fluids to assemble or collect, and then the sour flavor holds on to it.
Does
that make sense?
Yeah.
But I would challenge Giovanni to his face. Where do you get anything that says that sour alone generates fluids? It'll make your mouth water, right? Ume. That'll make you put it in there. They have candy, right? And then once your tongue gets through the candy, and I know you never eat candy, but once your tongue gets through the candy and touches the ume, then your mouth starts watering like crazy. Yeah. But the fluids are already there, right? The saliva is already there. It's just released. Does that make sense?
Yeah.
Okay. So, and then whenever any of your teachers or whatever makes these outlandish claims, it's okay. We need to be able to cite sources to you. So then what I'm getting these functions from is Neijing Suan 22. That dead silence, listening to me for the last hour and a half is exhausting and people need a break. Okay, how about, let's see, till 10:45. All in favor? All opposed? The ayes have it. 10:45, we're back. Okay, party's over. You guys back? Maybe not. Okay. Well then. So here's another formula. It's not a state board formula. Previous one was. Comes from the same textbook, from the same chapter. 太阳. You tell me, what's the difference between this and the formula we just spent an hour and a half talking about?
This one, maybe the water is not back up in the UB.
I'm sorry, say again, please.
So this one, the water, it's not stagnating in the lower jiao. It's more probably in the middle jiao.
I will not disagree with that. And also combine that with what Melinda is saying. There you have it. And Melinda, how do you know it's for a weaker constitution?
Because there's no 竹林 nor 折蟹, and in
Mhm.
place it's 枝甘草.
Perfect. Now I don't even have to do my job. Nice. Yeah. So if this is in the Taiyang chapter, what do I know that's the same about this and Wulingsan?
Dr. Woodley, you cut out a little bit. Can you repeat your question?
I didn't cut out. I was chewing on an apple. Sorry.
Oh.
That is so rude too. I know, right? Like, what's that sound? It sounds like feeding time at the zoo. Yep, that's pretty much what it is. So anyway, being that this formula, it's in a lot of different places and it has a very good discussion and a lot of formulas similar to this built on this formula in Jinghui Yao Le. But being that this formula is mentioned in Taiyang, so is Wulingsan, what do I know about this that is similar to Wulingsan? Because they're both in Taiyang. So what is Taiyang chapter about? We should know that even if we didn't study. Crickets. Okay, so Taiyang means that cold has invaded onto Taiyang. Good. Excellent. So that's what the Taiyang chapter is about. Cold, wind, cold, invading Taiyang. So I know that in its discussion of this formula, that the mechanism they're positing is also cold invading and reaching the Fu. And then what Melinda pointed out, and the description is that we've got these three core, right? Guizhi Fuling, Taiyang water metabolism, right? Baizhu Fuling, processing water metabolism, yeah? And then instead of pumping it out aggressively, we're using a harmonizing herb that's also a qi supplement we should keep in mind. Okay? So this could be looked at as, well, this patient looks a lot like what I learned about Wuling-san, except for the one thing that they're not really robust constitution. Now, what am I going to do? Use a gentler version. And I'm not going to as aggressively pump out fluids, because when you do, right, a deficient person, you need to support. We don't drain empty people. Well, what happens when there's stagnated fluids, right? Don't you drain? Right, but I will have to do it with support. Does that make sense? So this is an herb formula that you also want to know. I'm going to just kind of leave it to your studies because of time. It's very useful formula. You could look at it. There's more applications than just what I'm saying, right? There's more applications. But if you look at what we see here, yeah, you can see that it's the same thing. Why did they have shortness of breath? Why did they have palpitations? Water chi intimidating the heart. Why do they have shortness of breath? Because I can't inhale, because the connection between the lung and the kidney could be blocked by water accumulation, right? And then cough, clear, watery sputum. So they bring up some, all cold, clear, filtered excretions are ascribed to cold. Su 174. Right? So, the previous one we saw, yeah, foamy. It's not yellow or green foam. It's white, right? And then here, so it's a lot of it's the same thing. Dizziness or vertigo or vertigo. See what I'm saying? So, but then the patient's constitution. So now I have an alternative. And then maybe somebody that you might give them Wuling-san for a day or two, try to really activate and pump out some water, and then you fall back to this one because I can't keep pumping the water out aggressively. There's a lot of things you have to decide clinically. Okay? So does that make sense? And then you look into this, and then, yeah, there's a whole bunch of formulas based on this. So the Guizhi-Fuling combination is actually in many formulas. Fuling Baizhu, many formulas. Okay? So then we got to do other things. Okay, we got these three. Sorry, that's probably making you dizzy and vertigo watching those things roll by. Check it out. What do we got here? We thought you were going to tell us. Well, I was going to ask you guys, but since then, and then now I'm going to just tell you. Well, how I want to say this. Hold on. Sorry. There's always things going on here. Okay. How do I want to say this? So think about this. 太阳, right? You got chills predominate over fever, generalized body aches, 太阳 headache, 喘 panting, floating and tight pulse, no sweat, 麻黄汤. Well, you don't treat them in time, right? So what is it that happens when you have, and it's kind of actually reflected in the term 感冒. So what is it that you have when you have an exterior invasion? What actually is supposed to happen? Because you actually are struggling with exterior invasion all the time. So what's supposed to happen? Okay, well, I'll tell you then. What's supposed to happen? What is happening from you all the time is that on a vegetative level, maybe your body is aware of the endless attempt to encroach, and you respond to it. You went into a room and it's 5 degrees colder. Did you come down sick? No, because you responded to it. So there are systems in us that are recognizing this attempted encroaching. And then what does your body do? You send yang to keep it warm where cold is attempting to encroach. Does that make sense?
Yes.
When you're healthy, cold, where does cold kind of naturally try to invade?
The head.
Did you say your feet? Good. Yeah, feet. Good. So cold is in. So then cold and damp, yin evils attack you through your feet. Yang, like heat and wind, attack you from above, right? Yin Yang, chapter 1, foundations 1, right? I have trouble with my speaker. That's what you were saying, basically, right? Okay. And then where does cold damage attack you? Rhymes with thin. Skin. Shahan is attacking you through your feet. Cold is always challenging you through your feet. And that's why when you have healthy yang, then your feet are warm. And as your yang declines, your feet are cold because the cold's always trying to get in there. And then if you don't have enough yang to keep your feet warm, right, then you get colder and colder feet. You don't get colder head because it's the confluence of yang, right? And then the ambient air temperature, that is the cold that's challenging your, internal alchemy, it's through your skin, right? Because my skin is what's in contact with the air that's colder than my basal body temperature, right? Thank you. Thank you very much. So this is what happens. When there's an attempted encroachment, my shun is aware of it and it sends yang to the periphery. When it accomplishes that, right? And maybe it's emanating from the bladder called wei qi and distributed to the exterior by the lungs. And then it keeps cold from encroaching through my skin all the time, right? And then when there's a bigger attempt at encroaching, then I send more yang, and then there's a struggle. There's a struggle, right? Then I'm struggling with shahan, cold damage, and now I have signs and symptoms. What do I need? What do I need when I have signs and symptoms?
Medicine.
Help. Yes. I like it. Yes. Help. Medicinal herbs is probably what medicine we're talking about, right? Signs and symptoms, request for help, and then we give acupuncture, moxa, blah, 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 herbs in this class, right? To help you. And then if you're at the beginning stage of encroachment of cold damage, what herbs do we give you? Ma Huang Tang, Gui Zhi Tang, Wu Ling San, Taiyang formulas. And they're all predicated on what herb that's a matriarch of treating Taiyang? Gui Zhi. Gui Zhi radiates from your heart, where your spirit is, the fire organ, to send yang resources out to the exterior. Okay? And then what happens is I'm sending yang to the exterior. Maybe you gave me Ma Huang Tang to help me send yang to the exterior. Okay? And then I don't defeat the encroachment. I run out of resources to struggle in Taiyang, and then it moves to the next confirmation, which is Yang Ming. And then in Yang Ming, then the closing of yang is broken. So yang keeps going to the exterior, going to the exterior, going to the exterior. And what's that called? Big fever. Yeah. Right. So I send yang to the exterior, trying to kind of win out over the cold encroachment. And almost all the time I do. Now I'm sick. I need help. Maybe I got good help. Bingo, I'm better, right? You gave me Ma Huang Tong right at the right moment. Oh, I'm better. No problem. I'm going to work. Okay. And then maybe I can't struggle in Taiyang. So now I'm struggling in Yang Ming. And then it starts to move where Yang's going up and out, right? And then you might get White Tiger, which is big fever, right? So Yang Ming is marked by fever, right? Right? Thank you. Thank you. Yang Ming's marked by fever. Now we go back to Wuling San, and we're got the cold encroached on the bladder itself. And we're struggling, and we can't win out. So it starts to move to the interior and transform heat. And then, there we go. Come on, baby. Okay, so then, now look at the signs and symptoms. Fever, thirst with desire to drink, right? So when I had water reversal, you drink, I'm thirsty, I drink, blah, I vomit the water back out because I can't take it, right? Vexation, insomnia. See that? And then urinary difficulty. And again, sorry, that's not pointing at his knee on purpose. It's because I didn't have time to line up these things. And then I had to go to work. Yeah. So insomnia is not really your navel. It's more like your spirit. Vexation. Yeah. Thirst is probably not the back of your head. Might be more thought about with your mouth. That's as good as I'm going to do now. So sorry there. That's a little bit less disastrous to look at. So now I have this Wuling San struggle, problem with water metabolism, backed up fluids. The struggle continues. Taiyang's running out of resources to struggle. It starts moving into Yang Ming. And how do I know? You still have water metabolism problems. How do I know? Because now it's turning into heat. Patient calls you in the morning and they say, can I come to your clinic? You say, well, what's going on? And then they say, well, I have chills predominated over fever, but no sweat. I got generalized body ache, Taiyang headache. I'm panting and I have a floating and tight pulse in the left-hand first position. And you're like, ooh, you're good. Can you come in now? I can't come in now. Maybe I come in later today. Okay, well, call me back. Let me know if you can come in. Okay, they call you back. Now I have inhibited urination and heavy sensations, and I'm thirsty, but I drank water and I like come back up on me. I don't know what's wrong with me. And you say, well, can you come in right now? Because sound like you got Wuling San. And they say, I can't actually till tomorrow morning. Okay, so don't have Ma Huang Tong ready. Don't have Wuling San ready. Diagnose the patient. And then they say, oh, look at that, right? Like, yeah, I don't feel that sensitive to cold anymore. More fever. Yeah, I'm still thirsty, but now when I drink, it feels more comfortable. And I actually been drinking more often. I'm not puking it back up. I had a tough night sleeping last night. You know, these things started to shift right around when I was going to bed, and I go to bed too late, but I still have urination issues. I have inhibited urination and blah, 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 blah. Okay. So then you could say like, okay, so this formula we might look at as a Taiyang Yang Ming combination issue, right? I still see things of Taiyang with the water metabolism issue, but now I see a lot more stuff going with Yang Ming with the heat. Does that make sense? They maybe a day ago, maybe they were Wuling San, but they couldn't struggle in Taiyang anymore. Now they're moving into the interior transforming heat. And then what would I expect the change in their urine to look like?
From clear to yellow?
It would start getting darker. Yeah, start getting darker. And what else might they be experiencing? Bit stronger odor, not overwhelming, and then some sensation of heat. Burning, I wouldn't expect it yet, but they start to feel a little bit of heat when they urinate. It's getting darker in color, especially versus yesterday. And then it has a little bit more of a urine smell. So now we can see the heat coming out through the urination. Okay. So in this one, then we're going to use very similar approach. 3 to make you pee, right? 3 to make you pee. So then the difference are these two, and what came out of Wulingsan and are replaced by these two? I would not expect constipation.
I remember you mentioned Hua Shi could remove the dampness, like, the sticky kind, the 20%.
Because heat making it stickier. Yeah. That's like, the name Hua means slippery, right? Or do I have the tone wrong? Could be.
You had it perfectly.
Ah, thank you. Okay, so what's the difference is I took it out. See, listen to me stealing credit from Zhang Dongjing. That's messed up. Anyway, but then, when I do it in my herb room, then I'm the one. He doesn't ever show up and help me out. So when I do this formula, then what we did was we took out Guizhi and Baizhu. So what do we know about Guizhi? It's a matriarch of Taiyang. It turns up the amplitude of Taiyang in your chest, the fire organ, to radiate more yang. And then Guizhi Fuling brings the yang to your bladder to warm your bladder. Well, if the urine is getting darker and maybe has a little bit more smell, and actually I feel a little bit of heat, because you're not supposed to feel anything when you pee, except, pee. So then that tells me heat. I don't need to warm your bladder anymore. Things are heating up, right? More fever, right? Not sensitive to cold. Now I'm thirsty and I like to drink. See what I'm saying? So we take out Guizhi because we don't want to warm the bladder anymore. Baizhu also, right? And then when you have heat, what is our concern about the condition of the fluids, which is reflected in the symptomology? Heat's going to damage the fluids. So we could look at this formula. We got the same 3 to make you pee. So we're pumping out stagnated fluids, but now the fluids are heating up as it moves to Yangming. And so then, so let me tell you a little bit about Hua Shi. Hua Shi. This is like baby Shigao. They're both Shi. Baby Shigao. Shigao is the main one of White Tiger, right? And this one's white. So this one is like baby Shigao. This is, I'm trying to nip it in the bud, because where is this person headed? They were in Taiyang, went into the Fu, right? And then now we're starting to see it heat up. So what are they headed towards? 4 bigs. 4 bigs is bad. 4 bigs is bad. And then the good doctor treats disease before it manifests. I don't want to wait till you have 105-degree fever and then I get out the White Tiger. What's your fever? It's pretty high. It's like 102.5. Yeah, come back when it's 105. Wait till you're teetering on death. And then I got the formula will hook you up. No way. No way. We want to prevent that from ever happening. So once we start to see the heat, then we're going to use baby Shigao called Hua Shi. And then if you know hand pushing from Taiji, right? So if you know hand pushing, whenever your opponent tries to push you, what do? You disappear, right? So they're not pushing against anything, and you actually pull them. Right? Like if you want to lunge at me, that's a mistake, because I'll vacate where you're lunging and I'll actually use your momentum and pull you. And that's it. So if your heat wants to come out your urethra, what is it we do as Chinese medicine practitioners? Same thing like in hand pushing. If it wants to come out your urethra, then we're going to move the heat out through your urethra. Right? We're going to use urination and get heat out of you to prevent it from building up and getting into something like White Tiger. And, you know, you want to think about White Tiger as one of the places that, you know, ancient doctors, people died from high fevers. It's kind of unthinkable nowadays. Well, maybe not in the last year and a half, right? But, you know, if we were village doctor, you saw people lose their lives when Shahan, right? And two places they usually died. Yangming, high fever, they died from excess heat. And then Shaoyin, they died from deficiency cold. And you look at Suni Tang, which we'll talk about next week, there you can see that their organs are shutting down. So those were they didn't die in the other ones. They died in Yangming and they died in Shaoyin. Okay. So we definitely don't want it to go there. Okay. So, and then Ejiao. Now I know Ejiao is expensive and hard to get. It was on some TV show in China a few years ago about the first woman that was a doctor in the imperial court, and then something, and then gave something based on Ejiao, and then high-ranking women started to look younger and more than, I guess it made people go out and buy Ejiao. That's the story I was told. So by somebody that lives there. So whatever. I think also part of it is, you know, it comes from donkeys, and then places that used to use donkeys on farms, they have tractors. So there's less donkeys, period. Right. So Ejiao, really expensive. And whenever we talk about it, one, if someone's vegan, then the discussion's already over. Two, if you're going to use it, you want to make sure that you're getting it from a very trusted source. Because when something's that expensive, there's counterfeiting. So you want to get it through a source that it's like reliable source with verified authenticity, because there's counterfeiting. You know, so just, you know, if you think you're getting a deal on it, it's not real. If you're getting a deal, it's not real. So it's really expensive, but still, you know, it's in our formula. So maybe you can't use it as much as you might want to, or maybe you would never want to. That's all based on you and your patient. Okay. So, but we know that this is blood, like thick resources to enrich in and engender blood. Okay. So, and as far as taking aside any counterfeiting or ethical quandary that we face by using it, as far as just purely here's a medicinal and what is it supposed to do, it's very effective, very effective. So, you know, then the next thing I want to point out, so what can we learn from this that's different? Well, let me tell you. Who is it that gets sick the most? They get fevers really easily. Kids. And so kids, a lot of times what we're going to give them is guizhitang, because a lot of times kids, you know, depending on how old they are, they pop a fever, they get sick, and then they can respond. But depending on, you know, their organs are weak and immature. So a lot of times we use our core formula as something based on guizhitang. So you got a guizhitang and you got a kid as your patient. And then, you know, it's not easy to have these conversations with most kids, but, you know, you want to know, like, okay, maybe from the adult that you're getting most of the feedback from, but also from the kids. They can tell you stuff. They just, sometimes if you ask them the wrong question, they'll start laughing. I asked a little kid about his poop. It took him like 5 minutes before he could answer. I'm not lying. So I guess the way I asked it, but whatever. So kids are in guizhitang, taiyang, and then they can move easily into yangming and spike a really high fever and freak mom and dad out. Okay. And then we don't want our kid to be that sick, right? So what we would maybe want to do is when they're in guizhitang, we monitor, and when their urine changes, okay, and if they feel any heat in their urine, that means fever's going up, and then huashi, you can add to guizhitang and add huashi to that as like baby shigal, right? And then if it wants to come out through urination, let's help it. So moving these things out of the body. Remember I said like, oh, we don't want to just make people pee a lot, or drink a lot, pee a lot, because you lose yang. So, but when you have a fever, a pathological fever, a great way to get the heat out of the body is through defecation, if that's where it is. And we saw with, the first chapter and purging formulas, and then through urination. How would I know which one to do? Well, how about based on signs and symptoms, right? So when you had obvious things through the bowels, you emptied the bowels. And then when you have things through the bladder, empty the bladder. And then use the hua shi to help get heat out, right? Does it make sense? So with kids, tongue kind of thing, and now the fever's starting to go up, and then maybe the urine's getting darker, bingo, add hua shi to tongue, and you can help keep the fever from going up so much. Okay? So then a quick thing about hua shi, because I already badmouthed Ejiao. Hua shi, of course, is associated with asbestos, so you want to get it from a reliable source where it's stringently tested to guarantee that there is zero asbestos. And Springwind, and they have it tested by some German laboratory or something, and things are verified not to have asbestos, right? Because asbestos is nasty stuff. Okay, so and then what's another way that I could do off-label usage of this? Well, last week, I think it was, or maybe it was a year ago, we talked about Bajin-san, right? So then when you have UV damp heat, frequent, urgent, burning, painful urination, right? Frequent, urgent, burning, painful urination. And what's another thing that causes frequent, urgent, burning, painful urination? What's another pattern?
UTI.
Stop whispering. That's mean. That's mean when you whisper to an old person that already said he's deaf. Heart fire. Thank you. Thank you. Yeah. So heart fire can have frequent, urgent, burning, painful urination. UV damp heat can have it. Guess what else can have it? Can you tell me another pattern that can have frequent, urgent, burning, painful urination? Might be the sequela of a horrible bout of UV damp heat or heart fire. And yeah, yin deficiency heat of the lower burner. So it's not uncommon, especially somebody who's had repeated bouts of UV damp heat or heart fire. Okay. So it's not uncommon that the heat that was down there, they had a really bad bout. So all that heat down below, and we finally got that dealt with, but it damaged the yin of the lower burner. And then you have yin deficiency below. So it's not uncommon that a sequela of horrible UV damp heat that they might, so it's not what they came to you for, but they still have problems with urination. They still have like stagnated fluids, but it's nowhere near as burning. It's no this, that, it's yin deficiency. So here's the tricky thing. We don't drain empty people. Now I got a person with yin deficiency. So they're deficient, empty, but they also have stagnated fluids. Now what are you going to do? You have to pump out the stagnated fluids, but you have to protect the yin. Consider this formula. You see how I could pump out the stagnated fluids and the sequela of some horrible UV damp heat, but also protect their yin? This isn't curing their yin deficiency. This is pumping out the stagnated fluids, getting the problem with the urination dealt with, and protecting yin. And then when this is done, what's my next stage? Enrich yin. Yeah, enrich yin. Daochi-san is for heart fire flaring up. And this would be, I would use it myself for like sequela where they've got yin deficiency. Maybe they're older, they have yin deficiency, whatever. So they still have this deficiency heat in the lower burner and some problem with urination, but it's clearly not the UV damp heat or the heart fire anymore. UV damp heat, we talked about last week, Bajing-san, and then Daochi-san for heart fire. Okay, so this one, I'm pumping out the stagnated fluids, protecting the yin, get rid of that problem. Yin is still very deficient. and now we can enrich yin. If I try to enrich yin now and you've got stagnated fluids, how are you going to do that? How are you going to enrich yin and not aggravate stagnated fluids? So this is why some of us talk about step by step, like peeling an onion. I'm getting rid of the fluid problem, protecting yin, got that problem. Okay, now we're going to build your yin back up, and we don't have to worry about stagnating fluids because we got rid of them. Does that make sense? Okay, so, you know, all of these formulas are very, very worthwhile studying. Now I want to go to this one. No, we already did that one. But all the stuff we did with Wuling San, now it's paying off because we went over a couple of other formulas. We can go pretty fast because we laid the groundwork. Now I want to talk about this one. Zheng Wu Tang. Zheng Wu Tang used to be called Xuan Wu Tang, Dark Warrior. But then at some point in one of the dynasties, then the emperor used that character in their name. And so then, you know, one way they can tell when something was written is the clear avoidance of using certain words whenever they were writing, like it would be easier to use this word. Because whenever the emperor used words in their name, nobody wrote those words out of respect. Kind of interesting, right? So Xuanwu is the dark warrior. That's the constellation house that rules the northern sky, right? White tiger is the western sky. Qinglong, blue-green dragon, is the eastern sky. Zhuniao, the red phoenix or something, is the southern sky. And Xuanwu is like a turtle and a snake, right? And that's the dark warrior that rules the northern sky. But now we can't say dark warrior. So what did they do? Zhengwu, true warrior. What the heck is that? So true warrior is like, I don't know, demigod or something that is the protector or something of the dikes and levees, right? Because of all this irrigation that was done in ancient China, and then you can't have the dikes because then it floods everything. So, and they would have altars in periodic places. So we can't say Xuanwu. So then what are we going to do? We'll call it Zhengwu. Zhengwu. So that's why the name is Zhengwu Tang, true warrior. And so, like, why do they have white tiger, a blue-green dragon? Yeah, so they kept those names from ancient times, and then they changed the names of some, right? Zhuniao Tang, that's Huanglian Ejiao Tang. And then Xuanwu Tang is Zhengwu Tang. Okay, so whatever. This is an iconic formula, right? That's why it had iconic name, just like white tiger, blue-green dragon, right? It's pillar formula from ancient times. So I look up here, and then what do I see? Well, dizziness. Could it be vertigo? Yeah, I think so. We talked about that, right? So it's a water metabolism issue, as we would say in modern American English. It's a water metabolism issue. And, you know, so how it manifests, okay? And then heavy sensation. Yep. And then heavy sensation in the head. What do I know if you have a heavy sensation? Damp, right? Or water qi, right? Water qi, because I'm going to broaden the spectrum, right? So, yeah. And then what do I know if you have heavy sensation in your head? You have water qi of some kind in your head. What do I know then? Isn't that odd? Where would I expect easy to accumulate water? Where's the easiest place to accumulate water?
Feet.
Perfect. Why? One, because water is yin and it's attacking through your feet, but why else?
Gravity.
Can't argue with that. Why else? Chinese medicine physiology. Uh-oh. Sorry.
Because it's hard or down to reach the feet.
Yeah, I was in the other room getting rid of the phone.
Oh.
So why
Because
is it so common besides that the water is yin and attacks through your feet?
Because it's hard for yang to get down to the feet.
Exactly right, right? So the hardest place to warm is what's farthest from your fire source, right? Which is the heart. That's the hardest. That's why as you age, what's the first to go? Cold feet, right? Give me a room full of 50-year-old people, and I bet most of them have cold feet because their yang is diminishing, right? And so that's the hardest. I have to have enough yang to go all the way down to my feet and then come back up. Yeah. So what's the least likely place to have cold? Your head, because your head is the confluence of all yang. If you ever live where they have winter, you see people, it's cold outside. They got boots on, they got big heavy pants, they got big heavy coat and a scarf and mittens or gloves, whatever you're feeling that day. And the last place they put anything on is their head. Actually, the last place is your face. Heart manifests as blossoming in the face, the fire organ, right? The last place is then you're putting on some face mask or something. Because the head's the confluence of all yang. So why do you have yin turbid evil accumulating in your head? Because there's a lack of yang in your head. How could that happen? Either you don't have yang, or you do, but it can't get there. It's just simple logic, right? Okay. So when you have yang deficiency of whatever kind, if you want to use Zangfu or, Mingmen, whatever, I don't really care. It's yang, right? It's core yang. When it's deficient, places in your body won't be warm. The main function of yang is to warm the body, and then all transformations, warm transformation. It drives all transformation, right? Foundation's one. So here we have somebody, dizziness, heavy sensation in the head. So immediately we're thinking, So, because of this and that, then it's some kind of water. But how come you have this accumulation of water stagnating in your head? Why is it not draining out? I think, Bonnie, you said like gravity. I mean, for goodness sake, you would think it would just drain out of your head because you're standing up, right? Not standing on your head, right? So how come? We should think of this in clinic always, right? Something, and then you should be thinking, I wonder why that's happening. I wonder what's causing that. Right? And then why do you have all this stuff stuck in your head? Either you don't have yang, or you do and something's blocking it, so we have to deal with the blockage. Now, how would I know really quick and easy that, well, this patient is lacking in yang, and that's why they got this stuff in their head? What's just there it is. That's a confirmation right there. Cold feeling can be that you just been exposed to cold. It could be excess or deficiency. I want something, one thing, boom, it's deficiency cold. You're lacking in yang.
Is it nocturia?
One thing, nocturia can be caused by other things too.
So if it's the extremity that's cold, but not in the center, then they do have yang, it's just being blocked.
Oh, yeah, you're thinking like Sunisan. Yeah. So, Christina, that's what I'm looking for. Pulse. If you have yang deficiency, then your pulse is weak and probably deep and weak. See, and then they're here from the book, deep, thin, and forceless. Does that make sense? Everybody see that? That's one thing, right? If you have excess cold, what is the pulse that I expect? If it just came from the exterior, floating and tight. If it's in your interior, deep and tight, right? Because that's a struggle between your zhen qi and the cold, right? But when you don't have zhen qi, you don't have vibrant pulse. You have a weak pulse. Maybe it's even faint. Why don't I feel something in your pulse that's showing me the water? You don't feel water. When you feel the pulse, you don't feel water. You don't feel cold. You don't feel liver qi stagnation. That's not what you feel. What do you feel? You feel the artifact of the person's zhen qi struggling with whatever it is. It's cold, it's water, it's liver qi stagnation. That's what you feel. You can't feel liver qi, but I can feel that your body's struggling with something because there's the tension. Does that make sense? I can feel floating and tight pulse. It doesn't feel cold, right? Your pulse doesn't feel cold. The tight feeling is because your body is struggling with the cold. And then when you're weak, what often is going to happen is one, your pulse is weak, and then it's deep because it can't, like yang wants to rise up and manifest, right? Up and out, manifest. But then it can't get up, right? Like when you're just so exhausted, you can't get up. You can't. That's what's happened to their pulse. It's deep and weak, maybe very weak. Well, how come I don't feel something about the cold water? Because you don't feel cold water in the pulse, you feel struggle with cold water. Everybody following that? Does that make sense? Questions about that?
Yes,
Yes, questions, or yes, it makes sense?
makes sense.
Oh, cool, cool. All right, everybody good? Let's move forward. So, this formula is in the Shanhan Lun, and this formula is Xiao Yin. So remember when we talked about Wuling San, that's exterior excess cold getting in your bladder. This is interior, Yin, Xiao Yin, right? So the yang conformations, Tai Yang, Yang Ming, Xiao Yang, those are yang, those are exterior, those are about excess. Those treatments are about dealing with the evil, right? Tai Yang in the skin, Ma Huang Tang, I'm going to make you sweat, get the evil out. Wuling San, evil's in your bladder, pump it out. Da Cheng Shi Tang, it's in your colon, get it out. Then we don't really talk about the emetics, but if it's in your stomach, maybe it will make you throw up, right? Get the evil out of the body. Yeah? Because that's what yang conformations, the bagang, right? So yang, exterior, excess, evil qi, and then heat, you manifest with a fever. And then yin, interior, deficiency, cold. Boom. This is it. Xiao yin. This is interior deficiency, cold, manifesting in your water metabolism. Xiao yin, water metabolism. Gui Zhi Fu Ling is the pair that defines Tai Yang water metabolism. Let me introduce you to Fuzi. Fuzi. Fuzi is the water herb of the wood class. Wood class of herbs are the warm, acrid ones that make things activate, right? Guizhi is a wood herb of the wood class. It fans fire to generate, like wood is the mother of fire, and then this is yang-based system, right? Jiang, ganjiang, shengjiang, that's the earth herb of the wood class. Fan fire to warm earth, to promote the function of earth. And then Fuzi is the water herb of the wood class. So wood class, again, are acrid, warm, activating herbs. So it's fanning fire to warm water. Fuzi, there's different ways they do it, but just the most basic kind, when you get it, it has black skin on the outside. There's different ways they process. So this is the most basic kind of Fuzi. And then when you look at it, it looks wet. So you can think of Fuzi is fan fire to warm water. Fan fire to warm water. Okay. So, TCM, we say kidney yang deficiency, boom, fan fire to warm water. Okay. So, Gui Zhi Fu Ling, Tai Yang water metabolism, Fuzi Fu Ling is the core for Xiao Yin water metabolism. Guizhi is the matriarch of Tai Yang treatment. Fuzi is the matriarch of Xiao Yin treatment. Does every formula for Xiao Yin? Nah, don't even ask those questions, right? So no, of course not. But it's where we get the guiding principle. Now I'm going to look at this formula and then I'm going to say, well, take a little looky here. What do we have here, right? So it looks a little bit, we've got these two good old friends, Bai Zhu, Fu Ling. That's like Wuling San. This is Wuling San with Fuzi instead of Guizhi. No, as a matter of fact, it's not. Because we don't have 3 to make you pee. Why not? If this person is going to have stagnated water, why am I not just bringing the trifecta and emptying their flooded basement? It worked with Wulingshan. It works with Zhulingtang.
So not enough yang to pump.
Yeah, because they're deficient, then you can't drain, right? So that's really aggressive attacking, right? So excess, we use attacking treatments, right? We attack the evil, right? And then in deficiency, we use supporting treatments. We support the right qi. So with this person being deficient, even if they have stagnated fluids, I can't use 3 to make you pee. That's really strong diuresis, and you're going to weaken them. And when we're using Fuzi, we might think that they're weak down in a lower burner, right? So all the more reason that I can't, right? It's deficiency cold down there, and I'm going to aggressively pump things out. So does that make sense?
Yes.
Okay, so what do we know about Fuzi? Well, Fuzi is hot, acrid, toxic, right? So when you use it, what's the special cooking instructions? Boil it longer, right? How much longer depends on the dose you're using. But let's say that the main formula you're going to boil for 30 minutes just to make it an easy number time. And you use just a modest dose of Fuzi. So, okay, you put this, you soak these herbs, whatever, you put this in and you boil it for a half hour, then you add the other herbs and boil it for another half hour. So you pre-boil toxic herbs. Pre-boil. What's another toxic herb that you're going to cook first and cook longer? Yeah, Christina, exactly. Cook first, cook longer. So you keep it separate. Like if you're giving it to your patients, I put them in a little plastic bag. I know plastic. What are you going to do? So I put it in a little bag and keep it separate and give them instructions and make sure they understand, right, that this needs to be cooked longer. Ma Huang is a good example. Xixin is a good example. Wu good example, right? These toxic herbs, they're very powerful, but they rely on toxic alkaloids, right? Most of the formulas most people are comfortable with don't use alkaloids. They use basically sugars. So you're generally not going to get the mind-boggling transformational, you hit it. But also when you're wrong with these herbs, the fact that you're wrong is quite clear. So, right? All right. So now, Fuzi Fuling, then we can understand that Xiao Yin water metabolism, the Baizhu Fuling, there they are again. Man, best friends for thousands of years. Okay. So what's the difference, right? This could be like Wulingshan. Because we got kind of like, with Fuzi and Guizhi, kind of like yin yang, but not, yeah. So interior, exterior, kind of looking at each other. And then we got those two, but instead of 2 more to make you pee, look at what we got here. Now, let me tell you something about Fuzi. Fuzi, it's said that Fuzi is not warming unless it's paired with ganjiang. Ganjiang makes it stay put. Fuzi is very acrid. And what do we know about what does the acrid flavor do? See, there's method to my madness. What does the acrid flavor do? Disperses. So if it's very acrid and it's not anchored, what's it going to do? It's going to manifest and it's going to disperse. Ma Huang, very acrid, right? So it manifests, but do you sweat for the rest of the day? Nope. You bust a sweat, blah, blah, blah. And then the thing's going to fade because it's very acrid. And then, so does that make sense? So all by itself, Fuzi's effect doesn't last that long. And a lot of times when we really want to warm you, like Fuzi, you ever see, summer's over, And then trigger warning, if you're a man who thinks that they're a great master chef of barbecue in the backyard, you might want to turn off the speaker, because I'm going to make fun of what I've seen so many times. And that's like a lot of guys I know think that they're the master of backyard barbecue, but they're not. I'm not either. I don't even do backyard barbecue, but whatever. So yeah. And then one way you can tell is if you're going to barbecue, how can you tell somebody that pretty much doesn't know what they're doing right from the get-go? When you see somebody spraying way too much lighter fluid, they're either pyro or don't know what they're doing, or both. You just get the coals burning and then you leave them alone, right? So foods is like a bunch of lighter fluid. Whoom, there's a fire and then it's gone. Does that make sense? When we really want to warm you inside, and we'll talk more about it next week with the Suni Tang, okay? Then with ganjiang, that's like the coals. You don't cook your steak or whatever you're cooking, your ear or whatever, you don't cook it on raging flames. You wait for the coals and then you use that even steady heat from the coals, right? So fuzi and ganjiang is like the hot coals for proper barbecue, right? And then fuzi alone, I mean, you'll feel a blast of heat, but it'll dissipate really fast. It's like you just poured a puddle of lighter fluid and lit it on fire. Boom, there it is, a little bit more burning, and then it's gone. Does that make sense? So I'm not pairing it with ganjiang. I'm pairing it with shengjiang. And what's the nature of shengjiang? Ganjiang, we learn in Warm the Interior chapter, right? Okay, that's right. So what chapter do we learn about the herb shengjiang? Yeah, acrid, warm, exterior resolvers. Okay, so what's the difference? It's jiang. It's jiang. I mean, it's just treated. Ganjiang, even though it means dry ginger, it's not just like you left it in your bowl of ginger and forgot about it, and then you come back and it's dried and mummified. That's not ganjiang. There's actual proper treatment of it besides drying it. Okay, so shengjiang is acrid, warm, exterior resolver. So what can I tell the difference is when we use fuzi with ganjiang, we're trying to keep it anchored and hold it there to stay warm, to build up the warmth inside the person. Make sense? Shengjiang is an exterior resolver. So what we're doing is we're using it to activate and get things moving. I want to activate the fluids. Maybe mildly promote sweating. This can mobilize Taiyang fluid metabolism. It's not the matriarch of Taiyang, but as an acrid, warm exterior resolver, it definitely has, and that makes you sweat, right? Then it definitely has a relationship with Taiyang. Agree? It also helps to warm and dry earth. If you ever get up in the morning, you can grate some fresh ginger, squeeze the juice into some hot water and drink it. You'll feel it. You'll feel your stomach warm up and the warmth radiate out of your stomach. And then spleen stomach, earth controls water. So it helps in a way to activate the fluids and then also gain control over containing water where it's supposed to be. Keep it in a channel. How about that? So then Shao Yao. When they say Shao Yao, that's because back in the Han Dynasty, they didn't say Chi Shao and Bai Shao. It just always ever says Shao Yao. In the flavor model, then Shao Yao is earth herb of the metal class. Metal herbs are sour because metal, the lungs long for containment. Eat sour to contain it. Okay, so sour have this thing like autumn and collecting and containing and restraining, right? Getting it, bundling it together to go into hibernation, right? Squirrel gathering up nuts, that kind of stuff. So that's the energy. Sour astringes. So why is it in here is kind of interesting. Different ideas, because Zhang Zhongjing didn't say. So we just have to analyze it and read other people's analysis and kind of get a sense. One way that people see this is that we're in Xiao Yin, and then the next confirmation that it would move to is Jue Yin. Jue Yin is all about blood level pathology. So this is a blood level herb that's nourishing the blood and containing, right? So they'll say, oh, it's there to buffer and prevent it from advancing into Jue Yin. I think so. Myself is two things. I learned from studying from some people that are fire god is that Bai Shao is one of the herbs that balances the toxicity of Fuzi. Gancao, which is not in this formula, Gancao is the main thing to counter the toxicity of Fuzi. When you maybe OD on Fuzi, then you're supposed to boil 60 grams of Gancao and drink it like as soon as possible. 60 grams, yeah, just the 1 or 2 times, right? Not 60 grams a day for the rest of your life. That'll mess you up, right? But 1 time to detox. Okay. Then if you remember Shengjiang, when you learn Shengjiang, the last function of Shengjiang that we learn is it helps to reduce the toxicity of other herbs like Bansha and also Fuzi. And in what way is Fuzi toxic? Well, it's acrid and hot. So what does that have an effect on your body? What does acrid and hot? It's not just acrid and warm, acrid and hot. What's it going to do? First word. But I agree with both of you. I totally am not saying those are wrong. Those are correct. But the first thing I always want to think of, acrid, disperse. Hot, disperse. So acrid and hot disperses. The herb disperses. We use it in water metabolism because you can think of Fuzi as dispersing collected water. If nothing else, you can look at a picture of a lake in the mountains with the mist over it. And if nothing else, Fuzi would burn off the fog over the lake, right? But it disperses, it activates and disperses stagnated fluids. So sometimes you give this herb to somebody who has stagnated fluids and they'll start stirring and being activated. Is that making sense? I don't know if you ever get it, but it's going to be wherever it's going to be. If it's in their lungs, they'll start coughing more and coughing up fluid. And they'll think you did the wrong thing, but just remember this famous saying, better out than in. Okay, so it's going to disperse and scatter fluids. That's what we want. The problem is it's going to work on the blood layer and it's going to disperse and scatter the blood. And acrid and warm in the blood has, as Fanny saying, crying. And then acrid and warm, acrid and hot, when you use it improperly or for too big of a dose or for too long, as Melinda's saying, is going to consume the yin. So you can see, oh yeah, so Bai Shao could be looked at as Fuzi Shengjiang is to activate and disperse and start, activating so that it can be moved and peed out, right? That's what we want. And then Fuzi and Bai Shao is like a counterbalance. It's sour, it's cold or slightly cold, right? It's blood nourishing. So then it's there, it can moderate or mediate the potential damage that Fuzi would have on the blood in particular, right? Does that make sense? So clearly, that explanation from scholars, I didn't make anything up. I just learned stuff from various sources, right? So then that explanation is the one that to me is like, boy, yeah. And maybe that's the same as saying prevent it from Jue Yin. Because if you damage the blood, you move them into Jue Yin, which is blood level pathology, right? Jue Yin, wind wood of the east, the liver treasures blood. Makes sense? So is this formula making sense to you? So I'm hoping that with all the time we spent on Wuling San, then
I have a question, Uncle Steve, about the usage of senjiang instead of ganjiang in this formula.
Okay.
So ganjiang is to retain heat in the lower. And
No.
why are we
Not
not
in the
using-
lower. Not in the lower. Sorry, going to interrupt you.
Oh,
No.
sorry.
In
Yeah.
the middle. Ganjiang, middle. Ganjiang is your spleen's favorite herb. Ganjiang.
Okay. And why are we not using ganjiang in this formula instead of senjiang?
Because we don't want to give it long term to build up the warmth in the middle. That's not the problem. What we want is to activate stagnated fluids, metabolize them, and pump them out appropriately for a deficient person.
Oh, okay.
So
Yeah, got
foods
it.
of shengjiang are warming and activating the fluids, and then, in combination with baiju fuling through the waterways and pee them out. So getting them stirred up because, fluids, nature being in, they just want to sit there. So we need to activate them, especially cold fluids, and you don't have enough yang. So we need to warm and activate, get things moving around, get them in play, move them through the waterways, and pee some of the stagnated fluids out. So, si ni tang, if the main thing was just that you had yang deficiency cold, that's when we use foods and ganjiang. But here first, we have to get the fluids out. So potentially we could be using this formula for, I don't know, a week, couple weeks. Okay, now we see that the stagnated fluids have greatly improved. That doesn't mean their yang is cured. Whatever, I should never use that word. You see what I'm saying? So the next step, peeling an onion, might be si ni tang or foods li zhong wan or something, depends on the signs and symptoms. Or foods tang. Does that make sense? So this is just, we're using this combination to activate the fluids, pump out stagnated fluids. Once we've gotten a certain progress, then they're not going to be cured. Like if we look at it through modern TCM, Zangfu, we might say, oh, kidney yang deficiency. Well, that's not going to cure kidney yang deficiency. So we're going to have to continue treatment on this person. Is that all making sense?
Yes, thank you so much. I appreciate it.
So, unfortunately, because of the way the books are written and the curriculum, and this is in a different chapter, but you should look at this formula. You probably heard it, and maybe you've given it to a patient. 金匮肾气丸. 肾气, kidney qi pill. Unfortunately, they put it in the Warm and Invigorate Yang chapter. And of course, the original didn't call it Jinkui Shenqiwan. It was just called Shenqiwan. And actually, at first, it was just called Ba Wei Wan. Ba Wei, 8 flavors, 8 ingredients pill. And then Liu Wei Di Huang Wan is basically a modification of Ba Wei or Jinkui Shenqiwan. You should look it up because guess what? It's got 2 of the 3 to make you pee, and it has a little tiny bit of guizhi and a little tiny bit of fuzi. So there's a fluid metabolism issue, and they're addressing taiyang and xiaoyin fluid metabolism in the one formula. Yeah. So this formula and Wuling San could be looked as like Biaoli, right? So we've got this lack of activation, cold, inhibiting, maybe not shutting down, inhibiting qi hua, leading to stagnation of fluids. When it's exterior excess, robust person, Wuling San, right? Driven by guizhi, fuling, 3 to make you pee. Okay. Then when they're interior deficient, okay. So when it's exterior excess, but they're deficient, look at the series, but we'll just say Ling Gui Zhu Gan Tang. Okay. Which we just kind of brushed over. So yeah, I still need to pump out excess fluids, but I need to do it more gently with more support because the patient themselves is not that strong, even though it is an excess condition, right? So I need to address the excess, but keep in mind their constitution. This is a deficiency. Why is the fluid accumulated? Because they don't have enough yang qi to warm, activate, and transform the fluids. So I have to come in with don't pump the fluids out too aggressively, right? So we only got one diuretic herb, and then we're warming on the right level with Fuzi instead of Guizhi. So does that make sense? You could look at this formula and Wulingshan as Biaoli, exterior, interior, yin-yang pair, excess, deficiency, yin-yang pair. Does everybody see that as a way to look at these formulas? Maybe I should have asked, does anybody see that? I could be hallucinating. I just like... Yeah, probably have to talk about that next week. I already talked about that one. Yeah, so next week we're going to talk about the 5 skins for skin edema. Yeah. And that'll be kickoff, and then we'll do warm the interior. I hear that, what's up? Okay. Time is running out, and some people want to eat their lunch. Now I'm looking at this picture I'm going to have to work on that. Apparently this guy's saying some invisible words or something. I don't know. So I'll try to move the arrows around and have the warm the interior ones finished instead of 80% done like these were. Sorry. Chinga la vista. Okay. Any questions before we start munching on our kale salads?
I have a question. I'm not sure this is the right place or not. You maybe you can elaborate when it comes to the right chapter. You said something like if someone has insomnia, either one of the possibility is the water is not in the right place for the Shen to descend into. Did I hear that right?
I'm not sure.
Okay, then. That
Let me go back to the picture real quick. Okay, so
no, now when you're discussing this, you were discussing how one of the formula can actually treat insomnia, and
yes.
so either the Shen cannot descend, or the water is not in the right place for the Shen to descend into. That's what I wrote down. I want.
Okay.
Maybe
okay. So
I heard
yeah.
it wrong, yeah.
So first, all the formulas that we talked about today the patient can have insomnia.
Mhm.
All of them. And then what I had said, so insomnia is, let's see. So insomnia is my spirit, which is yang and resides in fire, my heart, descending along this side to enter into water and be anchored by water for 8 hours. Okay. When you have insomnia, there's a different one. It can't make the journey. Right? My spirit can't go down. Either A, it's excess and it's flaring up and can't go down, right? Excess fire, like heart fire, or it's really weak. I'm really, really tired, but my yang can't go inside. So I keep like trying to drift off to sleep, but it just keeps floating up and I can't fall asleep. Okay. So that's one up on top.
In that case, what is weak? The yang is too weak to make the journey, right?
Okay, either fire is excessive, you have heart fire, or you have yang deficient, yang qi, because qi deficiency is of yang. So yang qi deficient, there's a lot of different patterns, but just basic concept. And it just can't, it's like a long journey and it can't do it. So it keeps floating back up, which means I'm awake. Okay. Next part is that it can make the journey. It's not fire and it's not so deficient, but it's blocked in making it. Blood stasis, phlegm, food stagnation, or in this case, water. Yin turbid evil can and will obstruct the yang qi, and your spirit is yang qi. And then the third basic thing is that when it can make the journey, it's not blocked, but when it reaches water, for some reason, water can't take your spirit. Water can be too deficient. Water can be too hot, right? Water needs to be cold so it can take like endless fire. But if the water is hot, you have like some kind of heat down there, there's a problem, right? Or if water's deficient, like here comes all my spirit and we don't have enough water to anchor it, to receive it and anchor it, then I can't sleep. So then these things would be that it's blocked in its journey, food stagnation, whatever. So if it's blocked by water, we have to deal with the water metabolism and then the person will sleep. Did that make more sense? I mean, probably said it.
Yeah,
Okay.
I got it. I think when you say water is not the right place, I think you meant figuratively. I took it literally. I thought, anyway, so the water is not in the right state.
Yeah.
So for that to receive, in other words, it's too deficient of a state to receive too much water, too much fire from above.
Or it's accumulated and blocking the
Right.
traveling of your spirit.
That's what the Wuling San is. All the
Yeah.
formula we learned today.
Yeah. So we pump out, we can warm if it's too cold, we can warm with Fuzi, Guizhi, or whatever, and then also pump the stagnated fluids out. Now there's a clear path, and here I am in the nice, harmoniously warm water.
Got it. Thank you very much. It was very
You bet.
clear.
You bet. Anything else? I guess it's lunchtime. People want to eat. Some people already left. That's fine. So if you have questions, then maybe send them email, right? Because everybody's got to eat their lunch and get to the next class. So yeah, you're welcome to email. And well, that's it. See ya.
Thank you very much.